It's Shaves, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Yeah. If it looks like I came back from work, it's because I did. I got the hat rocking. Pretty, it's a shallower hat, but it's from it's from New Era. We really didn't have these kinds of hats typically. We didn't have a lot that would be put on the back. Nice. This hat is 11 years old. Yeah, 11 years old. Anyway, let me go up. We're early because it's like 50-something entries, and I was like, I don't know, I'm falling behind on it. It's sluggish. It's a bit sluggish. So, hello, Greg. Yeah, so I was just like, oh, I really gotta give with this now. I just finished catching up to the last stream that I slept through, so this one's gonna feel so long at the end. Yeah. Well, I'm happy you caught up, Victor. That was wacky shit, wasn't it? Last night, or what you just watched about the fucking, science fiction and robots and sports anime. Oh my god. Wacky W. Enough of this Voyeurs Digest shit. What's the first W entry? What is up, gang? And hello, Veal. Good to see you both. Hello, Ermin and Veal. What a weird first article here. Wappy-chan. Nice. From 2006. But before we could do that, there was something that came in this morning. It was very exciting. It is Anime A History 2nd edition by one Jonathan Clements. BFI, British Film Institute, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely British Film Institute. Got it right there. A cover illustration from Shiori Abe from Tumblr.com. Nice. And it's a really nice edition. The text looks great, and it's mostly in color. There's some that aren't in color for whatever reason. There's some weird choices I don't exactly understand. But this is nice. Most of it's like really nice. And at the end of every chapter, you'll be thrilled to see this. Citations given. I was about to like citation needed, but citation given this time. Like notes. They actually have the notes and the sources and everything. Everything is properly sourced, at least to my knowledge. I haven't read it yet. I just got it this morning, and then I went to work. This is so nice. Look at this. Yeah, beautiful. I'm very excited to dig into this. Very, very excited. This was interesting. And I do suspect that, like, in the context of this book, it's going to be a lot better. I think he has the room to write as much as he feels is worth saying. There isn't going to be any instances of, like, saying it for the sake of time, or, like, it had to kind of be for brevity's sake, right? I don't think there is as... Obviously, he can't... It has to be brief in some regard, in some respects. I'm understanding of that. But I'm expecting I have way higher standards. I'm looking forward to this book a lot. I'm never gonna make a video on it or anything, but like, I'm definitely looking forward to reading through that. probably within the next couple weeks. Probably after this stream or whatever. I might honestly keep streaming. After we finish the encyclopedia, I actually might read these 2 books on stream. Not like out loud, but just as an incentive for me to read them. Just to read a good chunk of them at least. And it would be just kind of or hanging out, but I'm probably not taking a lot of notes or anything. I'm just, maybe I might say what I'm reading and what's interesting about it, but it's mostly like a chill and not much to that stream. But that would just get me a platform engaging. I have to engage and read with it because I might get distracted or want to work on other projects or something. On one hand, I miss talking in chat. On the other hand, it felt so powerful when I could skip 10 minutes of One Piece discussion. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. And you can also go 1.5 speed and like tap fast forward whenever I'm like reading or something. Whenever I'm just like not saying anything. Really appreciate the distinction between sci-fi and science fiction. Did you, I don't know if that's sarcasm, Victor. Did you understand what they were talking about? Because I think what they're trying to be like is that like sci-fi is more fantasy and they can kind of do whatever they want, but it's like their distinction of super robots and real robots, basically. You know? But the thing is, it's all fiction. Okay. Wabi-chan. Let's do it. 2006. I have goldfish. I'm going to open them up and read this. Just description. They go a lot into the voice actors more than most articles. Wagnaria working. I think they were trying to say OVAs let anime explore more high concept and what people typically refer to as hard sci-fi. Yeah, hard sci-fi. I don't, and then it's like, all right, give the examples. And then when they just kind of like brought up Gunbuster, it's like, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I see what they're coming from, but it was just worded in a really poor way, I think. Jeez. Any of you guys seen this show? Wagnaria? The slow-paced stories present snippets from their lives, relying largely on the characters for humor. Therein lies the problem. If you don't find the concept of an elementary school girl dominatrix and jokes about mentally challenged people with big boobs funny, and you aren't fixated on cute girls regardless of content, you may struggle to see the point of Wagnaria. I didn't know that was what working was about. Huh. Okay. I was a school dominatrix. Elementary school dominatrix. And jokes about mentally challenged people with big boobs. Funny. And you aren't... They just keep going. Fixated on cute girls. Regardless of content. You may struggle to see the point. They call the big boob girl mentally challenged. Lamau. Oh, working. Yes, good to see you, Annalisa. Anonatsu de Materu from 2012. Waiting in the Summer might appear on the surface to be the preamble to yet another harem show. It is, however, very much an old-fashioned romance. A refreshing change in a genre that gaming has largely transformed into box-ticking character Sudoku. Yeah, they blame gaming for harem, for the proliferation of harems. Gaming has largely transformed into box-ticking character Sudoku, shuffling a bunch of female stereotypes and archetypes until the viewer gets what he thinks he wants. The viewer gets what he thinks he wants. Assuming it's all for guys. Very cool. A refreshing change in a genre that gaming has largely transformed into box-ticking character Sudoku, shuffling a bunch of female archetypes until the viewer gets what he thinks he wants. Did they mention the Onagai teacher twice? They say it's reuniting the crew of Please Teacher. I am fixated on cute anime girls. What the fuck is that comment about, Wagner? Yeah, couldn't tell you, Hayden. I think they are painting the show with the wrong brush. There's also a sizable male cast of the show. Yeah. But Waiting this Summer connections to old school anime extend even further. It is soon revealed, in case you hadn't guessed already. Asume? Yeah, this is a lot of detail. Wait, what? In another traditionalist touch, perhaps inspired by the look of nostalgic anime like When They Cry, Higurashi, or more likely J.J. Abrams' Super 8. Hmm. In another traditionalist touch, perhaps inspired by the look of nostalgic anime When They Cry. It doesn't matter, really, what they're referring to. Nostalgic anime When They Cry? I don't know, it's always a show I want to get back to. Very summary, obviously. Yeah. Beyond the central romance, much of the serial's greatest joy is to be found in its depiction of a bunch of friends making a film together. Although, as with many other modern anime, the authors wonder whether the narrative is highlighting and celebrating the activity itself, or rather the presence of actual real-life friends. It's both. That's any activity. Are these people fucking human? I'm looking at this. It's like the authors wonder whether the narrative is highlighting and celebrating the activity itself, or rather the presence of actual real-life friends. Which is it? That's any activity ever. Any activity you do with your friends, it is simultaneously the activity itself and being with friends. Have they been to a thing with friends in their life? Like, what are they getting at? What, honestly, are they getting at? Oh. You're so strange. Wake up! Arya. Wake up, Arya. Oh, by the way, for the people who just showed up in chat, I got Anime History, the second edition, by Jonathan Clements. And I'm considering, after finishing the Encyclopedia, I'm probably going to spend some time just chilling on stream and reading it. Not out loud or anything, just as a way to motivate myself to read it. Alright, here we go. Predictable porno. Do they not enjoy their friends' co-company or the activities they do with them? Yeah. Yo, where can I buy a copy? Amazon! That's where I bought it. They live on the Amazon. Amazon and wherever else. It's nice. It's got full color illustration, full color images. Most of them. There are some that there's no explanation of why they are in black and white, but there's others where they like obviously it makes sense for some of them to be black and white because they were made in black and white, but like hey, the World Masterpiece Theater, Dog of Flanders. In the finale of Dog of Flanders. Wake up! Wake up, girls! Got a lot to say about this one, apparently. Cool. I already say that they're positive about it. Executed with charm, flashes of originality, and a huge amount of skill. I really don't know the point of saying this. What's wrong with what I just put? What you put at the beginning of this, like towards the beginning of this entry here. Like they have hold on. Yeah. They have like here's the premise, and then they immediately hit it with like, oh, it's got charm, flashes of originality, and a large amount of skill. And then, they keep talking about it, and then they suddenly go, Wug isn't a great show, and the girls' music isn't great music, but it's pleasant, optimistic, and buoyant. I don't see I don't see the utility in being quote-unquote fair and balanced. I can't hear Idol showing dissing. I don't know what you mean, Ollie, so... I don't understand, forcing yourself to be nuanced, like kneecapping your, it's not bad, it's not incredible, it's not like blow my dick off, but, it's so waffling and completely unnecessary. Defeats the, it really, belabors your point. I don't know, it just detracts from what you're saying. Textbook example of the creation and management of an idol group in both the real and fictional universe. Okay. Alright, we're gonna move on. At that point, it's really forced and dishonest. But yeah, it feels that way. Wakure romance. Another like, yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. Like, give it some fucking respect. Like, it's a no. It's based on what. Like, it's just so stupid. Four perky female heroines jostle for the attention of a single boy who has the unlikely skill of being a good jousting coach at a school that inexplicably relies on jousting to settle scores, based on an erotic game with jousting. We don't know why either. Like, yeah, fuck it, who cares? Like, seriously, guys? Give it some fucking attention if you're gonna put it in a fucking thing, in a book. So frustrating. Like, wait a minute. But, like, actually, we don't know why either. This is your job that you've elected yourself to do. The point of this encyclopedia is that we learn about these titles, right? I don't know why it is. Like, that is not the right attitude. Don't even say that. Even if you don't know and you literally do not have the time to go into this title that's whatever, fucking 2013 12-episode show based on whatever game, like, sure, you're not going to put that effort in? Okay. Don't just, like, put a fucking joke and be like, we're not going to put in that much effort, guys. Like, what are you doing? For a second, I connected to Macros Delta. Yeah. Jousting's cool, so why not? Nostalgic critic to your criticism. Like, actually, though, Postboy. Complains about things being weird, willingly covers the weird things, and says the most outlandish shit themselves. Honestly. Is it as good as jet plane jousting like Ace Combat? I'm not familiar. Perhaps. Like, what are we even doing here, man? Like, you're like, you know, this book says this. They're like, and any normal person would just be like, sounds like a pretty dumb book. Sounds like a pretty bad book. Like, it's embarrassing. Nobody's gonna read past the V's. Exactly. I really think that, like, so many of these articles, they're writing it with the perspective of like, no one's gonna read this. Or maybe they don't. Or maybe they really don't. I have no idea. I don't know. But, like, they're trying to inject some humor here. And, like, A, no you don't. No you don't. I don't need your humor. Thank you. Put it away. And second, what was the other thing? Hold on, I have to loop the music. It's like, that's not a good joke. And you're just being, it's just way more infuriating that they are openly dismissive, like open lazy. Like, we don't know either. Like a bit of an under-egged article in it. Over-egged pudding. Oh my god. Nothing beats that, man. Oh my god. They did not. Made an order for anime history too. Sweet. Very good. Alright, this is a show I've been really meaning to watch. And they seem to have a decent amount to say about it. Let's see. With The Wallflower. I haven't really read the premise of Wallflower. Man, that sounds like a banger. Oh man, that just sounds great. Honestly, I think, guys, isn't this weird? Is my least favorite criticism ever. Yeah. Yeah, it's up there for me for sure. Can't think of anything else on top of my head that gets my blood boiling as much. Bob loves that show. I got the DVD. I should watch it. Literally the, oh, wow, wacky Japanese. Yeah. God. Anyway, I already want to put down, I have heard of before, the Wallflower. For sure. It's a Shinichi Watanabe work? No. Oh, man. I didn't know he did that. Shit. I really do want to like his stuff. It was such a mistake to watch Narima Daikon Brothers as his first work, dude. So now I'm just like, oh, I don't really want to watch Excel Saga. But now I still want to watch this, even though it's like, oh, Shinichi Watanabe. Okay. But again, director Watanabe throws cookie-cutter characters and extreme situations into the pot with wild abandon and comes up with something charmingly original and often hilarious. He comes up with it? Even though it's based on Hayakawa's manga? This is so frustrating. They do this all the time. On a manga. Yeah, this is like his last full-length show. Wow. Ouchie posted an interview with Nabi Sheen talking about Wallflower, and he's super fruity in that one. Nabi Sheen's very hit or miss. Only manga they care about is Tezuka. Apparently. To be fair, Nabi Sheen is kind of like Daiichi, where you can always tell it's him. He has a lot of influence over his work, so I don't think it's entirely unfair to say that. Where, oh, in terms of like, yeah, oh, so he's like Daiichi with like the heavy imprint. That's fair, but the way they phrase this, where it's like they takes the cookie cutter characters in extreme situations with wild abandon, like they have to kind of, so okay, keeping faith with Hayakawa's original concept, he shows Tsunako in distorted form as an impressionistically modified character for most of the story. So that is a change from the manga then. You know what I mean? It's like... yeah. One of the most entertaining male harem shows around. I haven't read the manga, but I imagine the anime is warped from the manga. Saga has a lot of gags about the show's relationship with the original mangaka. That's interesting. I actually had no idea that Mixel was also a manga adaptation. Looked at the manga on Mal and it doesn't even have a comedy tag on it. That's interesting. And that's something I would have hoped to hear from the Encyclopedia. If they read the manga and it's not expressly a comedy, and Shinichi Watanabe actually added comedy in and made it a comedy, that's really interesting. I don't think I've ever even heard of that, where like an anime adaptation takes a dramatic story or something that's not a comedy and makes it a comedy series. Male harem shows? You mean reverse harem? Yeah, I guess so. They called it male harem shows. The most entertaining male harem shows around. That is what they called it. Whatever. Okay. Walt Disney Animation Japan. That's a lot of information. That was pretty cool. One Daba style. Give that a good, actually. Analysts actually renamed their tags as male harem and female harem to be more inclusive. I still can't keep track of which is which. Daiichi's known for highlighting comedy in his shows. Most prominent example of that would be Kodacha because the anime is so much longer. That's fair. That's one thing. It's one thing to embellish the comedy and make it more comedic. I just straight up haven't seen a mangaka or like a manga to anime adaptation where there was no comedy and there suddenly is. That's really interesting to me. Lightweight cavalcade of sight gags. Wandering Body Lunatics from 2009. But beware, it carries a tentacle grape warning. Cool. Oro Musco, 2011. Damn, I've been completely wrong about my predictions. Would have thought for sure they wouldn't like that one. Oh yeah, Wandaba style. Yeah. That's the thing. I think it's because again, that's like a lot of different writers are doing this, and I feel like they're more of compiling stuff. Alright, Horobusco. Shuichi Nitori is a quiet, sensitive boy. Sometimes when he's sure he won't be caught out, he dresses as the girl he really wants to be. Then he transfers to a new school. Amid the bewildering array of new people he meets, one stands out, Yoshino Takasuki, who sits next to him, a tomboy who doesn't want to be a girl. As both approach their teenage years, they know their bodies will soon mature and lock them into roles they don't want. They also know that many people, including their loved ones, don't understand their dilemma. They scarcely understand it themselves, and as time passes, Nitori wonders what his true feelings are. Tackling a complex issue with empathy and sensitivity, Mari Okada's script shines, giving all the characters a credible weight and enabling us to see even the unpleasant and unsympathetic as real people. I do believe, I could be wrong about this, but what I've understood about Wandering Sun is that it's not actually a... It is a manga. It did go for 15 volumes. I'm just wondering if that is how significantly different the manga and anime are. I don't remember them being super different. Kind of lightly scrolling. Manga. Again, I mean, it's a manga, but anyway. The ignorance and injustice of many areas of society are highlighted without making viewers feel they're being preached at. Meanwhile, director Aoki and the crew provide pretty delicately colored backgrounds and designs through which the characters move at a gentle pace. The way the color is allowed to fade near the edges of a scene, as if we're looking at an unframed watercolor, is beautiful and adds a distancing effect to a story that is at times almost unbearably poignant. Despite the lack of event and action, Aoki adds tension where it's needed. A sequence where footsteps outside a closed door herald the approach of a bully is especially powerful. Awkward silences, uncomfortable glances, lowered eyes all telegraph emotion quietly yet powerfully. The music is simple and beautiful. This is a magical series, one of very few to address the issues facing transgender or gender-conflicted children with the respect and love they deserve, but so rarely find. Good. Very happy to see that. The LGBT Mario Kart show. Yeah, even though it's a manga. She has her original series, you know what I mean? She has some that are original to her. Wandering Sun from 1971. Just synopsis. Alright. One gun. Midnight. 2007. Well, they didn't watch Wandering Sun. Probably not. No. Never been available in the West, so I'm not surprised about that. Yeah, they're transphobic 0 for 2 on Brits. What do you mean, Annaliso? I didn't think they were very transphobic in that Wandering Sun Horomusco article. I thought they were very sensitive and thoughtful. Even if they said the music is like boring or something like that, they, even if they didn't end up liking the show, that wouldn't have made them transphobic or anything unless they made explicitly transphobic comments. They've certainly been transphobic in other articles, though. Or at least not as much transphobic as much as just very, very insensitive. Yeah, you done? Thank you. I just uploaded it to Digest. Or at least it's, just put it on YouTube to process, to upload. Available. What do they say about Wandering Sun? Absolutely nothing. It's only a plot synopsis, and then it's based on a manga and shoujo comic by Keisuke Fujiwara and Mayumi Suzuki. That's literally it. I wish they liked the show more. I liked the show more. That's fair. Yeah. I think it worked on me, but like if it, I think I was also in a really good quad. I liked pretty much all 4 of those shows. The least of, I think the heel in that one was Tomoko Market, but I still liked it. Though I was pretty disappointed with Love Story. They can't all be gay icons like Rockaway Picture Show. Yeah, no. Long Gun Midnight. The point of this sports anime is not really the cars, but the relationships of characters to their vehicles, to each other, and to the unofficial, unregulated sport that makes them willing to throw any away time, money, and even their lives for the thrill of the race. It's not just a clone, of director Tominaga's other street racing anime Initial D, any more than is Michiharu Kusunoki's original 92 manga, serialized in Big Comic Spirits and Young Magazine. The racing style is strikingly different. A straight speed rush down the expressway, as against the other show's hairpin bends, up to 4 cars competing instead of 2, and a different, slightly grittier cast of characters. Also starts off slowly. The mechanical details are perfect. When the action starts, it's pedal to the metal, as fast and furious as the most rabid speed freak could wish, compared to Redline for a radically different feel of racing from the inside, and Skycrawlers, which oddly mirrors the sense of returning to the scene of the crime. They like that one a lot. I'd never heard of it. But it's a racing anime they don't dislike? Hell yeah. But they do go, it's not about the cars, it's about the characters. The point is not really the cars, but the relationship of characters to their vehicles. Unlike other mecha. They are positive about it though. A lot more you could say about Wandering Sun than that. Oh, obviously. They keep doing it. The arcade game for Wagon Midnight has a huge scene where I live. Wow, of all things. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm certainly interested. Wannabes from 1986. Hilarious look at the sport that's so popular in Japan. They like it. I definitely know a bunch of people into arcade Wangan too, IRL. Wow. Wansakun, 1973. It, along with Triton of the Sea, was effectively lost to its creator through copyright foul-ups and is not a true Tezuka work. Not much else for that one. No changes either. Want, Poe, and Us. Actually, they do have wartime anime as an article in the first edition of all things. But I will do that later, I guess. I will put in wartime anime as alright. It fails to match up to the same team's work on Windaria and Leda, Fantastic Adventures of Yoko. So annoying. They don't give any fucking reason why. Fails to match up to the same team's work on Windaria and Leda. This sounded genuinely interesting. I want to read this synopsis to you guys. This looks so good. Dude. Check this out, okay? Let me read this entry for you. The life of a tiny fishing village is disrupted when Watpo, a horned whale, who is the village's guardian spirit, vanishes. The creature used to attract fish for the people to catch. Local boy Jam, hearing strange music wafting down from the mountains, sets out with 3 friends and his dog in search of the sound. Attacks by monsters scare his friends away, but he finds a mountain lake where a lovely young girl named Celine is playing music to Watpo. At first, she's afraid and tries to flee in winged armor. Her people, the Birdos, are technologically far in advance of the village folk, but they hid inside the mountains generations ago after a terrible war devastated and polluted the land. They used their power of flight to bring Watpo from the sea to the landlocked lake. Celine and Jam decide to rescue Watpo and try to bring their peoples back together. But Jam's disappearance is arousing old hatred and may even rekindle the long-time war. It is a 55-minute OVA. Like, that just sounds so cool. Really the whale's kind of weird. And of course, it's in Garbo quality. But, like, that sounds awesome. But they're like, yeah, it's not as good as fucking Windaria. Like, oh, fuck off! Fuck off! I don't need to know that! Kunihiko Yuyama directed those other two. And Watpo was directed by Shigenori Kagayama. Nice. 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 I also spilled my goldfish. Nice. 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 Apparently Kanada's on this. Yeah! Alright. So frustrating. Upload complete. Ugh. Oh boy. What are they gonna say about Watamote? I can't wait. Hello, Oscar. And also, this functions well as a satire of many cliches found in anime set in schools, and also as a cringe-inducing study of almost everyone's teenage years, and dare we suggest, anime fandom. Those fans who don't watch through their fingers in terrified recognition might also notice many in-jokes referencing contemporary anime, including Haruhi, Keion, Another, and Madoka. What? I can never predict what these people will like. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, hard to say. Kazuhiko Watanabe. How can someone not like Watamote? I don't know. I actually haven't seen it myself. I want to watch the OP again, because I really like the OP. But I kind of have to watch it on my phone. I have a feeling I'll get, like, content ID'd. Like, I want to actually listen to it. Got text. What am I thinking? Oh, yeah. I just want to watch the Watamote OP. It's good. So, be my popular liar. Yeah, I love this OP. Who's who is the fucking artist that does the OP for this? Where should I go? Wow. It's actually at a 6.99 on Mal. I never really heard of this this artist. Potato. Apparently, Hatsune Miku is credited. Oh, great OP. I'm sorry, I just had to listen to that whole thing. Cowards. I only read the manga. Watanabe ED rules. There's multiple ones, it seems. They're Asterisk War fans. They hate the Studio Silverlink. That hate the Studio Silverlink. Konomi Suzuki. I should read it. I hear it gets hella gay. She's in a lot of ultra mainstream shows like No Game No Life. Ah, yeah. Interesting. The band itself, like the group itself, Kiba of Akiba, who did the theme song arrangement, composition, lyrics, and performance for Watamote, also did the theme song arrangement for the third ED of Tales of Zestria. Okay, fine. Great fucking OP. Alright, Kazuhiko Watanabe. Cool. Paper cutout, older animator. Shinichi Watanabe, aka Nabishin. Often appearing as a cameo character in his own work, look out for someone with an afro hairdo, particularly in Excel Saga and its spin-offs. Watanabe is a modern director with a strong track record in comedy and parody, although his satire often seems artificially inflated through the coincidental resemblance of his own name to that of Shinichiro Watanabe. No. His stature often seems artificially inflated because his name sounds close to Shinichiro. So frustrating. That's just not something you want to point out. Like, say out loud. Like, yeah, it is funny how close it is to Shinichiro Watanabe. But, like, you don't just... You'd be like, although his stature often seems artificially inflated through the coincidental resemblance of his own name that of, like, the way that it's so posthumous, too. The way this is phrased so fucking like, so pretentiously. Though his stature often seems artificially inflated through the coincidental resemblance of his own name to that of Shinichiro Watanabe. Oh, although he might be more popular because his name sounds like Shinichiro Watanabe. Like, that's what they're saying, and they're using these words to make it seem like that's a little more educated. I don't know. I remember everybody had Tomoko as their profile pic. Yeah. I don't know about gay, but it was pretty funny in regards to otaku humor. I thought that too, but you know what? Actually pointing out that is cringe. Yeah. Well, to claim that it, like, maybe he's this popular because his name sounds like this other guy. No! It's still going. Oh, the manga. I'm not sure what manga. I don't know. You spelled Shinichiro wrong. Shinichi. Nope. Yeah, apparently I did. They could have just had no relation to the other one. Yeah. Yeah. I would have been okay with that too. Shinichiro Watanabe. After early work on Macros Plus, Watanabe soon established a reputation as a modern, groovy director. What? Soon established a reputation as a modern they put groovy in quotations director. Well, now what? Not Nabishin. Yeah. Well, Roger, I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, Nabishin, although his stature often seems artificially inflated through the coincidental resemblance of his own name to that of Shinichiro Watanabe. Come on, man. Maybe I'm just dumb. Whenever I hear sentences like that, I imagine the person typing it is casually rubbing one out behind the keyboard while occasionally glancing at a mirror. I'm a little vain because I keep every time I'm looking this direction, I'm looking at myself. I like seeing myself on the camera and everything and how I look and everything. So that's just, I am a vain person. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I'm just dumb. I thought we were talking about Nabishin being similar to the Cowboy Bebop, but yeah, no, they were. Nabishin, like Shinichi Watanabe, aka Nabishin. They're like, oh, his name kind of sounds like, maybe that's why he's so popular. His stature is inflated. Patrick Baby. You know, if Bob Samurai's here, I have a question. Talking Astro Boy stuff in Discord, someone said 2003 anime was a failure in Japan and America. What counts as a failure, right? And what does it really matter, right, at this point? You've got to be kidding me. The thing that Annalisa was suggesting, they could have had a no relation to the other Watanabe. They literally go, not to be confused with Shinichi Watanabe. And maybe they just didn't want to be redundant or something, so they were just like, this guy seems to be more popular because his name sounds like this other guy. Watchery from 1988. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Watch with mother. I'm guessing this was before Sankyo no Terror was released. Yeah, because all they say is Bebop and Shampoo, and then he was featured as one of the directors on Animatrix, setting him apart as one of Japan's top anime creators despite a very limited cinema output so far. They also say Macross. They say Macross Plus, Bebop, Shampoo, and Animatrix. But no, Terror and Resonance is in this book, actually. It is in this book. And so is Space Dandy. That's incredible. Yeah, I don't know, but it was one of the last anime to use cell animation, easily the best of the late. Yeah, that's a famous thing with the Astro Boy 2003 being one of the last major anime to use cells. Obviously, there's still some long-running shows like Sazae-san that kept using it until like 2006 or 7, and it was because by that point they literally stopped manufacturing cells, I believe. Like there was something about like they literally couldn't even fucking order them anymore, so they were forced to switch. They wouldn't have otherwise. It really needs a nice Blu-ray. Do the thing. I'm not that guy. It is all it was all redolent on how well the 80s series did, I imagine. And maybe it's not on offer. I have no idea. Because like it's possible that our boss looked into it and he probably knows the situation, or maybe he has an unwillingness to buy it. I don't know. There could be a multitude of different reasons, or it's like, yeah, they're asking too much for it. You know, I don't know. The thing is, like, the Mr. Disrotech has been in this for a while. He knows the stuff. He knows the stuff. He definitely knows. So he's either looked into it and someone else has it, and they're just not doing anything with it. It's too expensive for the amount that it's likely going to get, sales wise. Or yeah, I don't know. There's plenty of different reasons why we might not have gotten it. No kids on the slope. No, yeah, no, not even kids on the slope. Yeah, they've only brought no, despite a very limited output so far. Yeah, I remember them being pretty harsh on Space Dandy. Yep, yes they were. That is actually something I want to put down. Actually, despite a very limited cinema output so far, no mention of kids, terror, space, dandy, yeah, or dandy. I should put kids, dandy, or terror. They're all in the book. Lamau. Okay. Yeah, Red Wataru. Watch with Mother. Sorry. Okay, it's like a anthology thing. Wave of Rage. Actually, first is Water, Spider, Mon, 2008. It's a Studio Ghibli short. Enchanting short film. The art and animation is of Ghibli's usual stellar standard, and the simple, quirky story is a charming look at the idiocy and courage of a love that ignores all barriers. Thematically, its mismatched lovers prefigure those in Miyazaki's later Ponyo. That's another thing I actually want to look into. How many Miyazaki entries do they give their opinion on? All of them? I'm suspecting all of them. At least you guys have Astro Boy 1980s. That was great. Yeah. Derivative combination of The Abyss and Hunt for Red October was redeemed in Japanese eyes by its well-conceived setting. Also, now that I read it back, it feels like they spoil the entire thing. made my friend's day when they found out about Astro Boy Bleeding Blu-ray. They ordered it right away. Awesome. I have seen so much appreciation for the 80s show, like screenshots on social media. Yeah. Also, the anime reviewer Game Boy game is coming along. Oh, good. You will be a character. Thank you so much, Arluna. I'm excited. Why did they have to say it? What did they have to say about Intergalactic Defender Linguini? I believe that was a meme that is post this book. But I will say that there was one title last reading that was like, the fuck was it called? That was just like a really good example of like them totally ignoring their rule about tertiary names. Fucking, what was it called? What was it called? I have the list somewhere. Oh, god damn it. Oh yeah, here it is. Voltage Fighter Gao Kaiser. Voltage Fighter Gao Kaiser was just like, whoa, what a cool name. Anime reviewer game, that sounds interesting. Yeah. Orluna was talking to me the other stream about like a Game Boy, a game that like runs on the Game Boy. That would be sort of an Animal Crossing style game, with anime reviewers. Very interesting. But we were there. We were there. From 2006. Oh, Bokura ga Ita. I've heard of Bokura ga Ita, but it's just funny to see it translated as "we were there." 15-year-old in new high school decides that her pretty delicately animated world in a watercolor style reminiscent of Honey and Clover, though with slightly stronger inking. It's just a weird comment. Reminiscent. I don't care if that spells wrong. Of Honey and Clover, though with slightly stronger inking. I don't know, just like such a weird comment. It is a Daichi. They say director Koichiro Sotome and Akitaro Daichi. Hold on. Yeah, it's co-directed. Ah, okay. So the chief director was Sotome, and the director was Daichi. Interesting. What an awful thumb. Can I... Better. Them with their fucking correlations, dude. Like, huh? The script also reflects the tendency to obsess over tiny details common to new loves, although the drama and angst is low-key and on a real-life scale, rather than the epic excesses of, say, blank. What do you suppose they said? What do you suppose the anime they said there to the... Fill in the blank, chat. The script also reflects the tendency to obsess over tiny details common to new loves, although the drama and angst is low-key and on a real-life scale, rather than the epic excesses of, say, blank. Take a guess. I'd like to see guesses in the chat. They do say sweet, sometimes funny. It's positive, but give me some answers here. Pokemon. Bible Black. That would be really fucking out of pocket. That would be like, I would keel over if they said Bible Black. But I also wouldn't have been shocked. At the same time, I wouldn't have been shocked at all. Tenchi Muyo. Fair guess. Fair guess. One more answer? Or if that's it? Okay. Rather than the epic excesses of, say, Code Geass, like, you'd think they'd say, like, a different romance show. Like a different high school rom-com that has more epic excesses. Like, I don't know, Oron? Wicked City. Yeah, right? No, but like, Code Geass. Why bring that up? So weird. This came out before Code Geass. Yeah. Angst is low key rather than the epic excesses of, say, Code Geass. Lamau? Would not have guessed. No, there's countless anime they could have picked. This, yeah, okay, we got it. We without wings. Under the innocent sky. Under the innocent skirt. Okay. 2011. This show is more interesting than most anime adapted from porn games. It's an adaptation of a visual novel by Navel, which has also inspired 3 manga. Makes this one of anime's great rarities, a harem show worth mentioning. I'm sorry, a harem show worth watching. Honestly, yeah, their contempt could not be greater. I think if I do think if there is one genre that they have more contempt for than anything else, it's harem. Anything else. Never shaking the accusations of Westerners only watch 3 mecha shows. Ooh, important title. I'd be really shocked if they didn't get filtered by that first episode. They say, despite the confusion of the first 3 episodes, which throw seemingly random cast members on screen without much in the way of introduction or explanation, this show is more interesting than most anime adapted from porn games. I don't really think of this series as much of a harem story, though. Its visual novel is tagged as light sexual content, so they're reaching a bit. More than toy shows? Absolutely more than... They have not... This is something they've said twice, or if not 3 or 4 times, where, like, if a harem show is good, that's, like, unheard of. They don't say that about any other genre. Not about toy shows. Not about porn. Not even about porn. Like, actually, they don't even say that about porn. Like, wow, an actual porn worth watching. They've never said that. And they've said it about harems at least 3 times. I mean, there's some pretty raunchy stuff that happens in the series. Y'all seem to all know what it is, but I've never heard of this show. Yeah, I have never fucking seen this in my life. We Without Wings. We. We Without Wing. We Without Wing. It's funny that there's supposed to be 3 boys at the start of the series, but then all you see on the cover are girls. We Without Wings. I really just can't stop saying it. It's fun to say. Finally, a localization title worth saying. We Without Wings. Don't worry, I don't know it either. Okay, cool. The first step is like a cultic 9 in terms of filtering. Yo! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Sign me up! We Without Wings! I also just can't not. Because it's We Without Wings. I'm watching We Without Wings, bro! I don't think I've ever clowned more on a title in my life. We Without Wings. I'm not even really clowning on it. It's more like really genuinely fun to say. Like, it's such a catchy title. I just want to say it again. We Without Wings. Take a shot every time Shabe says We Without Wings. We Without Wings. What? We Without Wings. We Without Wings. Oh, that's funny. Oretsuba, no, it's We Without Wings, is typically considered one of the best and probably challenging to read VNs ever made. But I think the twist of it's super interesting, and the vibe of it is like a Durara in terms of the city. Uses Bishojo as the selling point. Sounds enough to sell me. Is 428 Scramble somewhere on there? Do I just type in 428 Scramble and it'll show up? 0 results. 428. 3 results. 428 the animation. I think I found it. It is listed under Kanan. 428 the animation. And then there's set in the world of the Wii game 428 Fusa Sarate Shibuya Day. Or whatever. I know this show just because of the title is so memorable. Yeah. We Without Wings. I've never heard of that. That's great. We're manga artists. Tokiwa Villa from 1981. Yeah, because Kanan is connected to 428. Okay. I don't think 428 has an anime adaptation. Kanan's a spin-off IRC. Oh, okay. Okay, so all there is weather permitting. So there's no weird manga artist Tokiwa Villa. So let's just find in the back. Bokura. Bokura Mangaka? Yeah, Bokura Mangaka. 442. I'm just on the next page. Okay. Oh, okay, they just moved it to like... Okay, so they did do a change. to before what's Michael. Alright, let's read that. Okay. That's interesting. Because it is, Tokiwa Villa is like the apartment complex that had Hiro Terada, Moto Abiko, and Hiroshi Fujimoto, Shotano Ishinomori, and Fujio Akasuka all together. And it's like, this is what the anime follows. It's really interesting, actually. Ukura, Mangaka, Tokiwa, So, Monogatari. Wait. Weather permitting. 1984. Oh, it's yeah, this is the Tetsuya Chiba golf anime where Ashita Tenki ni Nade. Yeah. Where there's literally just a Joe character. Yeah, look at this dude. Look at this dude! He got the Joe cut. Alright, although they have a fucking weird comment in this. Because they're just like, you see this character, right? You know? Bit more on the stout side. You know? I just want you to picture this kid, right here. Taro is a short, fat food addict who is obsessed with golf. The one sport that doesn't object if its players meander around the field slowly. Like, is that a point of the fucking show? That, like, people make fun of him for being, like, they underestimate him for being fucking short and fat? Like, is that like a major detail of the fucking story? I'm just gonna look up Ashiteki Ninari as a different... This is a practice that we've adopted. The Adventures of a Young Golf Player. Thanks! Damn it. Okay. I just don't get why we're making a point about this fucking weight. Short. Taro is a short, fat food addict that is obsessed with golf. The one sport that doesn't object if its players meander around the field slowly. What the fuck? Batphobic? Alright, weather report girl. Ugh. This is another Kunihiko Yuyama. I'm just gonna check. There's 2 live-action films. It is tagged as a hentai. Comedy, but hentai. Check complete, no issues found. Yay! I still have to make the thumbnail for digest, though. Ugh. Okay. Weathering continent. From 1992. I haven't still watched Weathering Continent. I'm still really looking forward to that. Yeah. Oh man. Doesn't this look like the sickest shit ever? Oh my gosh. Look at that! So nice. Fucking badass. I love it. Of course he's done them fucking them. Oh my god, this fills me with rage! I haven't even seen Weathering Continent. I'm filled with rage. A perfectly dull name for a perfectly dull anime. Kill me! Get it off! And let's see what they think about it. Originally released on a triple bill with Silent Mobius 2 and Heroic Legend of Arslan's second episode. Wow. This hypnotically slow tale was based on a novel. That is all they say. It's hypnotically slow. I'm gonna get that mixed then. Hypnotically slow. Weather and Contest is one of those titles I've known about forever. I've yet to get around to. Ben and Man just make me feel like defending shows that I haven't seen before. Yeah, but like actually. Let me just double check the first edition. Alright, no change. Web Diver! Where are we going to? White Whale of Moon. Okay. Web Diver from 2001. It is in the first book. Alright. Oddly enough, they put in the first edition that there's a non-determinate number of episodes. And that makes sense because this came out in 2001. But then they still put non-determined episodes for the third edition. It's 52. Web, Ghost, Peepopa. Peepopa. That was a good article. That was really good. Because it gives the synopsis. And then gives similar works the director did. As well as previous work from the original creator. That's exactly what I want. That was really good. Hey, Hayden! It's Wedding Peach! It's Wedding Peach time! Web Diver is one I know about. I remember the mecha were 2D animated in the opening. That rules, by the way. Oh, the show is CG animated. Interesting when some shows do that. Oh, yeah. Alright. Wedding Peach. Oh. 3 adolescent girls, one good, one bad, one silly, band together to fight evil as the love angel and her bridesmaids. Yes, Where Sailor Moon fought evil with the power of love and makeup, Wedding Peach uses bridal finery. Naturally, the ditzy one, Momoko, aka Wedding Peach, is the bride and lead fighter of evil, with the intellectual and the bad girl, Yuri and Hinagiku, aka Angel Lily and Angel Daisy, respectively, as her sidekicks. All this has its roots in an ancient battle between the devils, led by Rain Devila, who wants to banish all love from Earth, and the angels, led by Queen Aphrodite, who wants to preserve it. So the queen picked 3 ordinary high school girls and gave them magical items to enable them to transform into their wedding day alter egos. Unlike most magical girls, they transform in 3 stages. From school uniform to wedding dress or bridesmaid's outfit, to sexy, lightly armored battle suits. Why wedding dress, you ask? To build up the power of love. Obviously. The series ended with the world made... They put obviously in italics. The series ended with the world made safe for love, but in 1997 our heroes returned in the 4-part video series Wedding Peach DX. They are enjoying a quiet vacation when a monster attacks Earth, and Aphrodite gives them back their powers to fight once more for love and truth. Tomita, who wrote the manga for Wedding Peach for Chow Magazine, was also a writer on Sailor Moon, and Tadano worked as a designer on the first 2 Sailor Moon series. See, that's a fine... That is an absolutely reasonable connection to Sailor Moon, to talk about the original author would be a writer on the series, and they share a same character designer. You don't have to be like, oh guys, it's Sailor Moon, by the premise. Because even just, I don't know very much about Wedding Peach. All I know really is what I literally just read for the first time. I've never read the premise for Wedding Peach before. I've always heard of the show before. Let me just reread it for the 3rd edition, just to check for any differences. It's just the fucking, they literally put like not but like band together to fight evil as the love angel and her bridesmaids. Back needed bread. Fair enough. Literally every time. I was almost sure they would bring up fan service when reviewing Wedding Peach. Every person who reviewed it always does. Oh yeah? I mean, they brought up the sexy, lightly armored battle suits. That's pretty much it, though. They don't really give an opinion, though. Whatever. Wendy. Memoru! Oh! Oh, it's a Tongari Boshi Memoru! I so badly need to watch this show! And it's not here. Where is it in the first book? Tongari. Tongari Boshi Memoru 250. Memoru and her pointed hat. I guess I'll take Wee Wendy over Memoru and her pointed hat. Let me see if I put that in the... Okay, they did. I actually don't. Okay, I did write the spoil because they spoil Memoru Boshi. So I obviously must have. That's so weird. I didn't write that addition there. Alright, let me just put it over here then. Sorry. Moved, changed Memoru and her pointed hat to Wee Wendy. Wee without Wee Wendy wings! Yeah. Still doesn't beat Wee without wings. Wee without wings, but Wee without Wee Wendy wings is also really good. Wee without Wee Wendy wings! Wee without Wee Wendy wings! Ah, yep, and they mention cut and added cut and released as Wee Wendy on US VHS under Just for Kids label in 1989 with a runtime of 100 minutes. Added Just for Kids release localization. Yeah, just put a US localization. Boom, boom, boom. Weekly Shimako. (2011). They call it a humorous outing. Hello, Weird Proc. Vice. Chris. What white manga series is that behind you? This one? This one right here? This one right here? Happens to be all 20 volumes of Ashita no Joe. In Japanese. Oh, great! It's in Japanese. I keep quoting ghost stories. I like just that quote. Oh, great. It's in Japanese. And I don't quote the rest of that line because it's really racist. It's just stupid. It's just like, ugh. They have a fucking essay on Weiss Cruise, apparently. Jeez. I guess it's not that long, but ugh. No! I fucking found they slipped! They finally slipped! Ah! Did they change it in the 3rd edition? They cut it! Oh no! No way! I'm so sorry. I keep spoiling. Okay. Why shouldn't 4 pretty teenage male florists fight evil when the shop closes for the night? Our heroes hate the crime and murder stalking the big city and harming the innocent. So they roam the night streets, offering as many of the bad guys as they can. And I do mean permanently. They refer to themselves in the 1st person! No! They've never done that! Oh my god! They used 1st person, they used I, and they cut it in the 1st edition! They totally changed it! Our heroes hate the crime and harming the innocent. So they roam the streets, offering as many as they can. Yeah, they specifically, like, excerpt it. Like, they didn't change anything else. They just cut, and I do mean permanently. Ah! That's great. Oh my god. Oh no. No more impartial third-party voice anymore. We have never seen them do that before. Yeah. I don't remember. I can't recall. That's amazing. Ah, ha, ha. Ah. Bet Jurassic would have mentioned that. Oh my god. It could have been their editor who cut that, though. No, that's the thing. Yeah. They didn't cut it here, though. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Ugh. With a concept straight from Bubblegum Crisis and a cast out of Saint Seiya via Gundam Wing. Wait a minute. Takehito Koyasu? The Takehito Koyasu? Dio? Kakazuki? Kuzan? No shit. Kiryu Toga? It was made to promote Weiss, a band manufactured from 4 young voice actors, purportedly based on an idea by their lead singer, Takehito Koyasu. So the whole anime is based on an idea of his, apparently. Giving one of the boys a Wolverine-style steel claw and making him a biker jock isn't enough to give the show real teeth. It loses out in the crime fighter stakes to Bubblegum Crisis and can't compete with Zetsuai for angst. For sheer prettiness, though, the characters take some beating, and the series is fabulous eye candy. Ugh. Ugh. I guess I'll go with mixed. They actually have a lot that they add, actually. Hold on. Loses out in the crime fighter stakes of 2 Bubblegum Crisis and can't compete with Zetsuai for angst. Fabulous eye candy. And then they do add the sequel season in 2002. Add 2002 sequel. I am interested in that now. Koyasu supposedly based on idea by lead singer. What is it? Takehito Koyasu. Yeah, Takehito Koyasu. It could be their edit. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised the insane things I've seen Koyasu in. Yeah, yeah, he's really cool. I really like him as a VA. All right. Welcome to Irabu's office. I'm just gonna go with Kuchu, Buranko. That's what I know it as. 2009. It looks good. Vivid, edgy, and unsettling, but compulsively watchable, and sometimes reminiscent of Terry Gilliam at his best. Story structure is simple and repetitive, but as the episodes unfold, we begin to see the connections between the characters, forming an overall theme. Delivering its insights with style, humor, and an inventive, appropriate soundtrack, packed with pings, words, Japanese Christmas songs, and effortless irony, this is one of the most interesting shows of its year. I'm happy they liked it. I still gotta get around to it. I wanted to make a quad out of it with like it. I think I did have it. I definitely had it in a quad with some other things. I think one of them was Kyosagiga. It was like Kyosagiga, Kuchu Branco, and 2 other things I can't remember. Sorry, text. That's really nice. someone sent me. Cool. Hey! Welcome to the NHK. I asked Torafuri about his guest appearance in Kuchu Barranco, and he seemed to not know what I was talking about. Rip. Fucking ripperoonie. Tatsuhiro Sato is in 22 and a NEET. Not in employment, education, or training. He's also a hikikomori, or shut-in. Right there. Like, it's such... I'm just gonna put, like, they explain what a hikikomori is, and a NEET. I have to scroll even further down for trends. There we go. Hikikomori, NEET, Yuri. Control F is where to see how common they're used. For the past 4 years, he's stayed indoors most of the time, living on an allowance from his parents, watching trashy TV and internet porn in his garbage-filled apartment. He firmly believes that he is being persecuted by the Japanese shut-in society, the Nihon Hikikomori Kyokai, or NHK, an evil organization whose intention is to produce a world filled with people like him. No relation, of course, to NHK, the Japanese public broadcaster. His next-door neighbor plays appalling anime music at ear-shattering volume. He knows he can't go on like this, but he has no idea how to change. Then a girl comes into his life, asking him to sign up for her big project to save Hikikomori from their self-imposed prison. The tragicomic chaos of the inner self is this show's territory, compared to Watamote, and it uses satire, comedy, and melodrama to illuminate the dark corners of a terrifying dissociative disorder. Although its drug references and nudity are considerably toned down from the manga inspired by Tatsuhiko Takimoto's original novel, it loses none of their psychological depth and power. The music reflects this confusion with exquisitely timed switches between grunge rock, acoustic blues, J-pop, and eerie minimalism. The art, especially Studio Easter's backgrounds, serves the story similarly well, with fantastic and realistic environments created in equally convincing depth and detail. While the animation isn't Gonzo's finest, it works well enough, especially during character close-ups and reveal inner turmoil and change. Sato, pushed on by his would-be savior Misaki, revisits people and events from his past to try and unlock the door to a better future. As in, we without wings! There is more to his fears than meets the eye. The slow, initially perplexing way the story unfolds, it reflects his feelings and fears and the way rejection and scorn add to Sato's own confusion and reluctance to face the world. His efforts to create a porn game might seem a stupid way to try and impress a girl, but seen in context, any bridge out of his terrifying fantasy world, however shaky, looks good. Asking big, scary questions and acknowledging that most of our answers are very shaky, Welcome to the NHK is that rare thing, an anime series that's entertaining, disturbing, and seriously worthwhile in equal parts. It is so... Okay, I'm actually starting to get sick of it. I'm actually starting to get sick of it now. They are using the word rare way too many times. I actually am starting to notice how often they are using the word, like, this is a rare find! Wow, an anime that's good, actually? This is rare! Rare to find, rare to see! Do you know what I mean? Like, it's come up way too many times. It's like such a common compliment of theirs to use rare to really drive it home that this, no, this is one of the good ones. This is rare. It's a little interesting how often it comes up, though. Ironically, right? Am I Control F rare? Yeah. $322 results. And there's rare, rarely. Yeah. There actually is a couple that like are like like that sort of thing right there. Right? But yeah, it's getting kind of annoying actually. Rare thing. An anime series that's entertaining, disturbing, and seriously worthwhile in equal parts. That's smelly. That's smelly. Am I being too harsh? Am I being nitpicky there, guys? Do you think I'm just being too, like, overly bent against this show, like, against this book, being, like, trying to find everything wrong with it? I mean, that is kind of what I'm looking at, but... I would say the Horo Musco read really, really well. And then, I did like There Wasn't the NHK. The appalling music is Moe Magical Girl music. Oh, I know. Like, I think that was a perfectly fine description of it because Sato finds the music appalling. That's the idea of it. Is that like it's? I mean, maybe they put that in quotes. They didn't really. So it sounds like it was partly their opinion as well, but whatever. Yeah, no, I like Pudurin. I feel like there was a jazz cover of that. I remember finding on YouTube. Hoodoo Dean. Yeah, jazz. Yes. Yes. This is so chill, guys. Fucking ads. Sorry. Let me put this. Really cute. Anyway, I gotta read this chat. There is a relation to the broadcasting company as it's a play on it. Conspiracy is that the show as they air it, creating... Yeah, right. And it does miss out on a lot of the psychological depth of the manga. Oh, yeah? I also like how the ED was done by the same band that did Sight. Yes! Also rip on the sequel. Ah, there's ant spray all over the kitchen floor. How can I cook like this? I can barely walk. Jesus Christ, Roger. Of all the things. Well, it ain't raw. That hasn't been colloquialized yet. More rares than a gacha game. They always use rare as a way of putting down other stuff. They try to convince the audience that anime is vast and varied, but then they keep saying how rare it is or something for not to be anime, but yes. Absolutely! Freaking awful. The acting by the little crush thing is so cute. Hold on. Like this part here. She's very cute. Maybe just a tad. They kind of deserve it. I remember when I read the whole novel because that annoying Mal reviewer Panda Guy kept trying to tell me it was mocking otaku. It's pretty self-degrading, so technically. Funny that I know who you mean by Panda Guy. He makes himself known. You know, that's a good point. No matter how annoying I sometimes find the authors of this book, they have to go to be even half as bad as the Panda Guy. I'm not familiar with the Panda Guy, but maybe that's a good thing. But, you know, actually, maybe the Big Panda Guy is a perfect example right now, because I think my argument I'm going to be making, ultimately, as you all probably know, is that all the things that they do here are not unique to them. Our community is quite notorious for doing all these sorts of things. So. Good shit. Oh, I think it waves at the end. Yes, it does. Oh my god, it's so cute. Hold on. I have to... Oh my god, it blows a kiss at the end? Get out of here. I spoiled it, sorry. Oh! And then it... Wow. Like, oh my god. I can't. Stop that right now. I can't let you get close. I'm sorry, that's like the meme within our house. I don't know the Panda Guy, but just the Panda Guy in One Piece, yeah. Tradition for the annoying nerd cult. It's a good Panda Guy. Got 30 minutes of work before I now. Alright. Blanche does show the dark sides of otaku. Loves a good joke. Though the more I learn about its creator, it feels like he accidentally made it deep. Just hits too close too many times. Right. This could have resulted in a visual and narrative mess, but under Masumi's hand, it turns into a midnight feast, leaving the viewer sugar-rushed and replete with candy and pop. The adventure is upbeat and entertaining, and while the show is low on serious issues and the mysterious substance is anticlimactic, it's still a treat. Yeah, okay. Positive. Huh. Alright. Wet Summer Days. From 2003. Suika. Or Melon. Okay. Feels like the name of the actual anime is, but maybe that's how it was localized. Whatever. No mention of Basami Mucho in the spatial article? Nope, they do. Based on an idea by Basami Mucho, a pen name for the same creative team of Masunari Kurata and producer Tomonori Koshi that previously collaborated on Kamichu. Then again, they didn't mention Bepapas. Right, yeah, they didn't mention Bepapas, but then, yeah, but they did mention it here. Okay. Okay. They just kind of summarize it. What's Michael? What's Michael? Tell me what you're thinking. What's Michael? What's Michael? Tell me what you're thinking. Yeah, I'm fucking playing it. I'm sorry. I'm just a risk for copyright infringement today. Music video. That is not helping. That is definitely not helping. Okay. OVE. Yes. That's gotta be it. Freaking ad. A reeking ad. Okay. What's Michael? What's Michael? Tell me what you're thinking. What's Michael? What's Michael? Tell me what you're thinking. Oh yeah, if you've never seen this. Ah! Don't worry, it gets kind of boring. I'm sorry. Besides this one sequence is what's worth watching it for, but like, sorry. Love Me Once Again song, yeah. just reading it now. They do mention Garfield in the article. What's Michael was the first show to begin on video and then transfer to TV. And it is a must for cat lovers and fans of observational humor. I was saying positive because it was a must. I think I will give you the ending of that. I'll give you the end of this, by the way. It is pretty cool. I think it's called Naki Mane. I did like the fact that they reference What's Michael and Ursiatra. Yeah. Yeah, of Ursiatra 167. Yeah. Yeah. All right, sorry. More music. I do not appreciate my city in ruins, though. Ah! Right. What's up, Mecha Doc? Although I have to check the first edition first. Oh, sorry. No change. Okay, what's up, Mecha Doc? Okay. They just kind of summarize it. I didn't know it was a Jump manga, though. Yoroshiku Mecha Doc. I want just a Wikipedia article. What the fuck's the problem? Why didn't that come up? Whatever. I'll just do the Mal. Adaptation, Yoroshiku Mecha Doc. Yeah, Weekly Shonen Jump. That's cool. I think I'll check that out. I'll just do the ending. Yoroshiku Mecha Doc. Alright, no change. When Marnie was there. Wait, well. The asthmatic, withdrawn 12-year-old Anna is sent away from Sapporo to northern Hokkaido to stay for the summer with relatives. She befriends Marnie, the mysterious, ethereal blonde girl who lives in a nearby town that is said to be haunted. Often feeling, like many late Ghibli works, as if a committee is imitating the glory days, this adaptation of Joan G. Robinson's 1967 novel replays many familiar Ghibli themes, including absent or departed parental figures, elegies to country living, and plucky heroines. Girl protagonist, Sasuga Ghibli! Wait a minute. Plucky heroines? They just described Anna as asthmatic and withdrawn. And they described Marnie as the mysterious, ethereal blonde girl. Anyway. Comments about the blue tinge in Anna's eyes and the fact that the family who once lived in the deserted villa were foreigners are enough to telegraph many of the supposed twists miles ahead, turning much of the narrative into an unschooling description of the how rather than the what. A heavy shroud of melancholy also evokes similar contemporary features, most notably Colorful Motion Picture and A Letter to Momo, but Marnie marks both an ending and a beginning. It was released in July 2014, shortly before the announcement that Studio Ghibli would be putting its feature production department on hiatus. That didn't happen. Oh, that's bad. They walked that back. Seemingly in recognition that the heart had gone out of its output with the departure of Hayao Miyazaki and the failure of Isao Takahata's Tale of Princess Kaguya to set the box office alight. I can't believe that they're still harping on the fact that Princess Kaguya was a commercial flop. That's so aggravating. This seems rather an unfair commentary on Arrietty director Hiromasa Yonibayashi, who does a perfectly workmanlike job on this feature. Meanwhile, the Hokkaido setting plays into the continued promotion of Japan's northern island for domestic tourism, born out of a fear that nobody dares take the narrow road of the deep north now that it traverses the cursed wastelands of the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. Did they really give their opinion about this one? Yeah, I'm gonna say dismissive, yeah. Yoni Bayashi does a perfectly workmanlike job on this feature. Ugh. Anne's internal thoughts are indispensable to the story. Anna is not plucky. Rent-free in their head. Do they realize that most people in Japan who travel to Hokkaido travel there via air? I don't know. Hi, Asweeb. It's good to see you. Well, look what we have here. When they cry. When they cray-cray. When they cray-cray. Higurashi. 2007. I'll read this one out loud. Sure. And of course, it's fucking long. Sorry, that was a big peek. Oh my god. It never ends. It will end soon. We are look how fucking close we are at the end. Like, look how fucking close we are. During the long hot summer of 1983, Keiichi, and you guys would probably correct me if there's something whack about this article, because I have not seen Higurashi yet. But I've been spoiled pretty well to it, because, like, duh. During the long hot summer of 1983, Keiichi Maebara transfers to the mountain village school of Hinamizawa. It's so small that all the grades are taught together in one classroom. He soon makes friends with 4 girls, Rina, Rika, Mion, and Satoko, and joins their club, playing all kinds of card and board games. But there's a mystery around the annual festival for the local god. Every year for the past 4 years, someone has been murdered on the day of the festival, and someone else has gone missing. As strange and horrifying events unfold, Keiichi's ordinary life has become terrifyingly extraordinary. Something like that cynically fit on criticizing a cultural norm ignorantly. They must not see how normalized driving is in the West. Created by Gaming Circle 7th Expansion as a visual novel, the first anime series, Higurashi no Nakokori ni, also spun off 6 manga following the different scenarios of the game, and one adapting an unperformed stage play by 7th expansion member Ryukishi 07 that formed the original basis of the game. There were also 2 live-action movies in 2008 and 2009. The structure of the plot follows that of the game, and, incidentally, that of Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, unfolding in a series of scenarios that look at events from different perspectives. Only by taking all the perspectives into account can the viewer begin to piece together what has happened and why. It's a puzzle box, intricate and beautifully crafted, all the drawers and compartments overflowing with blood and horror. Story arcs, either posing questions or offering answers, start off innocently but lead down dark and violent paths that may be blind alleys, offering an array of possible endings in which nobody's survival is guaranteed. Meanwhile, the 1980s setting adds a new chill for modern viewers, depriving the Facebook generation of the security blankets of mobile phones, search engines, and GPS technology, all of which have compromised the locked room limits of many modern thrillers compared to another. It makes a big difference to the experience, and prevents the audience shouting, "Just Google it!" every few minutes. I guess that's a fair compliment to give. But, like, that's a lot of horror that doesn't take place in the Facebook generation. And that's not to say, it does make it sound like, that, like, Google has, like, really compromised horror. It makes it sound like that. They're like, oh, now they have phones. Now nothing can be scary. you know? It kind of feels like that. Let me see what the chat's saying. Every time I see Higurashi instead, I remember that AI Tom Scott did on Human. Yeah. Tom Scott. Stage play. Hello, Fullwood Man. Oh my gosh, I looked up Tom Scott Hinamizawa. I did that as gold. He's talking about the dark cult stuff like he's chatting to you over breakfast. That does sound great. I've been on quite the Tom Scott kick recently. I just I knew this, but I didn't really register it. That, like, a lot of his content is about games and playing games in video. Like, hosting games, participating in, like, televised game. Like, he was on this, like, quiz show in the UK like 10 years ago. That show episodes of that got recommended to me. You know, and he's just like he's really into games. He's like who's the better Tom against Tomska, and they play 9 different games. It's just really fun. It's just like I like that a lot. I like his stuff in general. But I really like that that's an aspect of his stuff that he often likes to post. The unique selling point of this franchise is its mixture of gore, psychological horror, and cute, wide-eyed moppets of a type more normally seen in much lighter, sweeter shows. To see a Lolita-type girl in school uniforms is one thing. To see her standing behind the hero with a cleaver in her tiny hand, about to dye them both red with blood, is quite another. Characters you have come to like, even love, cannot be trusted. Their cute little catchphrases suddenly sound sinister, and you dread what might lie behind those bland expressions. The mystery still leaves unanswered questions, which were only partly resolved in the second TV series, When They Cry 2: Solutions. The emphasis shifts from Keiichi to his friend Rina, who is determined to break the cycle of hatred that has led to so much death. The same crew is in charge, maintaining the suspense and tension from the first series. The characters are still stereotypes, but the weight of expectation around these tropes served them well in the first series and still does. The DVD release for this series has 24 comedy snippets of 1 minute or less as an extra. The series has 3 manga adaptations. As with the first series, each manga focuses on events from a different viewpoint. A 23-minute video, Higurashi no Nakakura ni Gaiden, also appeared in 2007. Taking Keiichi and the girls to an abandoned village, it presents a self-contained mystery set in a haunted quarry. A 5-part video series, I was going to say OVA, in 2009, Ray, forms the true sequel to the second TV series. It gives Rika a leading role, opening and closing with an episode of light relief. In the middle 3 episodes, the whole world is changed by Rika's guardian goddess. Rika has to choose between a version of her life in which the sin and tragedy of the past never happened, and Hinamizawa is an Eden, but without some of the people she loves. Or one where the hot blood flows, but friends missing from Eden are still present, compared to another. The 4-part, they've mentioned another twice. The 4-part video series Higurashi no Nakakura ni Kira is a parallel world tale turning Rika and Satoko into magical girls and completely abandoning the mystery and horror for fan service and fun to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the franchise. A new video series, Higurashi no Nakakura ni Outbreak, resets the story to 0 and brings Keiichi and Rina together to deal with a mysterious virus that seals off the village in 1983. I just realized you got past Waiting in the Summer when I wasn't there. I'd imagine you noticed the weird assumption that it was ripping off J.J. Abrams' Super 8. Yeah, they do make mention of J.J. Abrams' Super 8. They do mention it, yeah. Nipa! Anglocentrism was showing hard. I'm not sure what you mean. Rika has a leading role in Kaido? I'm not sure where they get the idea that Rain is the main character. I never did finish the OG anime. I did season 1 of Go and then stopped when everyone got angry for it pulling an FF7 remake. That's funny. Yeah, that was funny to hear about. Because everyone was like, oh, remake! Oh, interesting! Wait! Like, it was an immediate heel turn because a lot of newcomers were like, I can watch it. No, I can't! And then a lot of the OG fans were like, well, I guess I'll skip it. I don't need a remake. Wait, it's not a remake? Yeah. It just, like, swapped the audiences, like, immediately. Really funny. My assumption is because she's on most of the promo arc. They were positive about it. Intricate and beautifully crafted puzzle box. Setting adds a new chill. Yeah, positive. General tones as well. Hi, heading out. Good to see you, Annalisa. Thank you for coming. They probably should have picked one audience to market to, trying to simultaneously please no one. Alright. Whisper of the Heart. Crazy bangers after bangers. This one's actually in the fucking first book. I'm sorry I'm not reading this one out loud. I just read like several out loud already. I need a break. If you want me to read it, Whisper of the Heart out loud, let me know. It sounds like they are describing the entire movie, by the way. I gotta rewatch it. I really wasn't paying that much attention when I first watched it, really. Gentle, beautifully executed movie. This is really interesting, actually. Director Kondo died, tragically just into his 40s, soon after the film was released. Let me see if they changed that in the 3rd edition. I doubt they did. Doesn't seem like they did. So, Yoshifumi Kondo passed away January 1998. Not really just into his 40s, he was 47. This was 3 years after after Whisper of the Heart came out. At least according according to Stevens' video on Mononoke, it sounds like it was much more likely to be Mononoke as the reason he died of overwork. Or, dying of an aortic dissection. Or an aneurysm. The last thing he worked on was Princess Mononoke. He was the animation director and character designer. Find that interesting. Out loud, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can read the whole synopsis too. Imaginative, intelligent 14-year-old Shizuku Tsukishima secretly longs to be a writer, reading anything she lays her hands on. Observing that the same name continually crops up on the borrower's list of books, she takes both the school library and from the public library where her father works. She wonders who this Seiji Amasawa, who shares her taste in reading, might be. When they do finally meet, Seiji upsets her by criticizing her work, and she storms off. Idly following a cat she meets getting off her train, she finds herself in a chic residential area. Wandering into an antique store, she befriends the shopkeeper, eventually revealed as Seiji's grandfather, and becomes intrigued by Baron, an elegantly dressed German cat doll. Shizuku and Seiji learn that they share a love of music, and with his violin playing and her singing, they soon become closer. Baron himself appears in Shizuku's dream and shows her a magical fantasy world, which Shizuku begins to turn into a story. Grandfather encourages her to continue writing while reminiscing about his pre-war youth in Germany, where he loved and lost the owner of Baron's lady doll companion. But Seiji's future plans threaten their growing friendship. He is taking 2 months off of school to have special violin tutoring. If he shows promise, his father has agreed to let him go to Italy to study to become a professional musician. Meanwhile, their friendship and her writing project are distracting Shizuku from her schoolwork and may even mean she fails her exams. How far into the movie is that? It's been too long since I've seen the movie, or I actually don't know if I've even seen it officially. I can't remember. I do distinctly remember watching the beginning of the movie and watching bits of it. I remember watching it, but I don't even remember if I finished it or not. I actually don't know. Wow, they really just tell the whole story. Yeah, that is all of it, right? That seemed like all of it. He overworked himself on Mononoke. Shame he didn't get to direct his own Fujiskage equivalent. Yeah. A gentle, beautifully executed movie based on a manga by Aoi Hiragi, which, like Kiki's Delivery Service, juxtaposes flights of fantasy, Shizuku's daydreams of journeys with Baron, with commonplace realities, Shizuku's failure in the eyes of her teachers. It revolves around the stresses of love and ambition, the need to lay the groundwork of both careers and relationships, and the difficulty of balancing it all when your head and heart are a whirl. It marries the lush production values common to Studio Ghibli productions with a new directorial vision that, sadly, developed no further. Director Kondo died, just into his 40s, soon after the film was released. So, like, pitting it like that, wording it that way, Director Kondo died just into his 40s, soon after the film was released. He died in his late 40s, 3 years afterwards, after he was the animation director and character designer on Princess Mononoke. That's 2 different stories. That's, 2 different stories. I don't think anyone in their right mind would say that 47 is just into his 40s. It's still young. It's still tragic. It's still awful. But it's not correct. He died from overwork on Miyazaki's film. They really don't care about spoiling anything not done by Miyazaki or Tezuka. I'm pretty sure they've spoiled Lapida. They spoiled like 1 or 2 of Miyazaki's, and they do spoil some Tezuka. They spoil Astro Boy, I believe. And Lee may have spelled Jungle Tai Tai. Yeah, no, they did. They talk about the ending of Jungle Tai Tai. A sequel, Happy Times, exists in manga form, while the real-world location Tama Hills also got the Ghibli treatment in Pompoko. It is implied that one of the stories that Shizuku ends up writing is the basis for another anime, The Cat Returns, while the fantasy world shown to her by Baron is revisited in Iblard time. They added that last part. All it says is released in Japan and DVD with English subtitles. So they've obviously cut that part. Added. Connection to Cat Returns and Iblard time. Iblard Jakan? Yeah. I'll show you. You can look it up, obviously, but, like... Yeah, there it is on Internet Archive. About 30 minutes. So it's largely illustrations with music. There is some slight movement, but it's mostly illustrations. Really interesting in that regard. I think these guys found it boring. I don't think they were very positive about it. My two favorite Ghibli, Kiki and Whisper. Yeah. Okay. Whispered words. The illustrations have some movement. Yeah. Nice art. I was watching a Shaves podcast and missing out on the Shaves live stream. Well, you know. Yeah, that's okay. This one's been fine. There really hasn't been that much craziness anyway. But I'm glad you're enjoying. If you're checking out the podcast I recommended to you. It'd been a while since I listened to it myself, so I was listening back myself actually. Has someone made an AMV for Whistle of the Heart to listen to your heart? I don't. You can always look it up. If it's not on YouTube, then no. It may as well not exist. Hello, crap. I know nobody made an AMV to Castle in the Sky except the Castles in the Sky. Right. This, of course. Someone should. Somebody should. 2009, Whispered Words. But yeah, Crafts, like the that first episode of Pissed, I mainly recommended for the ending because I have this just like I'm really proud of that like little speech and animation that I do alongside it, like the way that I visualize that in the podcast. I'm just really proud of that personally. Endearingly funny and often heart-wrenching romance. I've never heard of this. Sasameki Koto. They're being very, very positive about it. That was a really good sell. It's not really their job to sell this thing. I am adamant that it is not their job of the Encyclopedia to sell you on shit. But I'm actually gonna write the Japanese word. Sasameki Koto. I insist that it's really not their job to be doing this, but sometimes I'm happy occasionally when it does. Yeah. Endearingly funny and often heart-wrenching. Will warm your heart. Iblard has a great name, V, set to sail away. Yeah? I said to a DM about it and turned into YouTube and was like, oh, he's occupied. Ah, right. Oh, I see it. I see the DM. That's fair. Oh, yeah, I'll read that later. I'll read that after stream. Okay. Whistle! It's a whale thing that we're looking for. White Whale of Mu is what we're gonna end on. God, we're so close. Okay, it's just like read it. Writing a premise like this, this is not the worst thing that they've done, not at all. But like, I'm just thinking about it being like, yeah, okay, so your job is to write a synopsis for the show. What is this show about? And what they choose to do is, Sho Kazamatsuri wants to be a pro soccer player. He's not very talented, and that's a perfect qualification for the role of a hero in a TV anime series about developing your own skills through effort and determination while learning to work as part of a team. Would you put that on the back of a box? No! Would you put that on Mal? No! When what universe would that be a satisfying, summary? Like, stop. Talk about the fucking show. We're like, oh, he's certainly a shonen protagonist, am I right? Like, can we not? Can you please put the fucking smarm away? Oh my god! Again, it's really not the biggest deal. I am kind of juicing it up, but like, he's not very talented, but that's a perfect qualification for the role of hero in a TV anime series about developing your own skills through effort and determination while learning to work as part of a team. Is this proper synopsis etiquette? Would this be appropriate on the back of a box? On Mal? On a TV guide? Like, anywhere? No. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ugh. Maybe for magazines. You know what? That's probably what it is. In like New Type magazine. That's probably okay. Standard boys sports series, the bread and butter of anime. to extract from the museum metaphor that I'm going to be using about it when talking about their opinions here, it would be like a painting and being like, yep, it's a landscape. Like the little card in the corner of this painting of like a landscape or something, they're like, it is a standard landscape, the bread and butter of paintings. It certainly is one of the art of all time. What are we doing here? This isn't Twitter. You didn't just put out 40 characters and like say whatever you want. This isn't a book that I paid how much money for? Granted, a lot of words. Understandable. How much is the ESRB on this thing? I think it was $80. No, it's $120. No! And look, it is hardcover and massive. I get it. But it's just funny that this book has just... I get it. It's Whistle. Who cares about Whistle or whatever? But like, that's your job. That is the task that you have set yourself out to do. I literally put painting. Standard boys sports series. The bread and butter of anime. Like, come on, man. Okay, here's some that some of you guys might be interested in. White Album. That makes sense. I've seen Marvel's Omnibus for that much. Right. Okay, we got this one and White Fang. And then White Whale of Mu. That is it. Okay, here we go. Let's fucking do this. It's 1986. Alright, I will read this one out loud because I know some of you guys are interested probably. It's 1986. Cassette tapes rule music. Cell phones are newfangled gadgets the size of bricks. 1986? I mean, they probably know better than me because they were at least alive back then. But like, I didn't know cell phones were around in 1986. And as far as everyone except the military is concerned, the internet doesn't exist. Alright. Toya Fuji's life has been turned upside down. His girlfriend Yuki has become a famous idol singer, and her management company wants her to cool their relationship. Dude, the synopsis should have started right there. What is this fucking first paragraph about 1986 and setting the scene? Like, I don't know. We could have done that in another fashion. His girlfriend Yuki wants to has become a famous idol singer, and her management company wants her to cool their relationship. Her fans want him to stay faithful and loyal to support her. Other girls want him to forget her and turn to them. Her fame has rubbed off on him and brings some old acquaintances back into his circle. And his life isn't just about her. His father is ill, and he's trying to keep up with his university studies. His relationships and feelings matter as much as hers. At least they do to him. The 1980s, with their exaggerated styles and disco beats, are the new nostalgic focus for those too young to remember the 60s when the Beatles' groundbreaking White Album appeared. Authentic 1980s shows like Toy can look too dated to an audience reared on modern CGI. Revulsion. Not even just of like the idea of fans like that existing, but just even mentioning them. Even just like bringing that possibility up. Like, audiences these days with their CGI. Like, Ugh. Anyway. Loaded with insert songs and styled to look like the present's idea of a groovy past, it looks and sounds perfect for its target market. Toya's reaction to his situation is disappointingly typical, but his indecision and turmoil and the shallowness of his world ring uncomfortably true to life. Adapting the first series from an erotic game by Leaf for Aqua Plus, writer Sato takes the unusual step of stripping out the sex apart from one scene in a car, and even there, the activity doesn't go much beyond kissing, and the steam is generated by the writing and animation. Another surprise comes in from the animation from 7 Arcs. Not always distinguished for the quality and fluency of their work, the team turns in a solid workmanlike job, segueing seamlessly from caricature to more realistic animation, and handling delicate expressions and pastel colors well. The second season added Seiya Numata as director, Fumiaki Maruto as writer, and Statelight as the animation studio. That's it. Funny, because I always thought 2 was the one everyone was buzzed about. Alright, here's the summary for White Album. 80s technology, 80s tech, 80s internet, and cell phones. Right. Toy could never be outdated. That shit is gorgeous to Zoomer me. Thank you! Toy wasn't a show, it was an OVA, right? Yeah. I don't think you necessarily say that Toy's a show. Authentic 1980s shows, they do say it's a show like Toy. Oops. Whatever. Toy is cool, though I don't like how the visual got K guy wanted to kill the George Michael guy. The intro to Toy is one of my favorite OPs since it's functionally happening in universe. I gotta rewatch Toy. I don't know if I was in the right mindset at the time. I liked it, but I don't think it didn't grab me at all. Like I don't remember anything. I would probably watch it now and it would be like the first time I watched it. I'd love to make a list of anime that I've seen that if I were to watch it right now, it would be like I'm watching it for the first time. Like I have zero recollection of it. I know the George Michael guy was stealing the band's gig, but he was vibing even though he was singing with no vocal track the entire time. Boomers really hate CG. The funniest part in the OP is when the main girl is like a split second away from a car crash. That was nuts. Toys like a look into the Japanese music scene, although White Woman is insanely good looking, though the story didn't do much for me. I think they seem to like White Album 1. It seems like it. Steps neatly into the 80s. Looks and sounds perfect for its target market. MC's indecision and turmoil ring uncomfortably true to life. Animation turns in solid workmanlike job. But this Toy comment was so annoying and weird. Authentic 1980s shows like Toy can look too dated to an audience reared on modern CGI. White Hang, 1982. This was the first non-sci-fi show from Gundam Studio Sunrise. That's all they say about it. White whale of Mu. Oh my god, we're here! We finally fucking finished. Just one more article. Please don't blow my deck off. That makes me have to last here for another 20 minutes. Holy shit, it's a flying cybernetic white whale? That's literally in Hakuge Densetsu. That's crazy. The far-fetched mixture of Battle of the Planets and Blue Submarine number 6. Infamous in US fandom for its naked winged cherub, who was quite obviously male. A transforming whale would also appear in Latius. Disappointing. I don't think they give an opinion much. Yeah, and they don't change anything. The show is huge in Norway. Really? Huh. Neat. Kentaro Haneda music. Nice. Alright. Oh, you're talking about Wi-Fi. Do you mean Nagaraboshi Gin? Or specific, like, Shiroi Kiba, like this show? It's a special. Yeah, it's 85. It's an 85-minute special. Because I feel like you might be talking about Ginga Nagaraboshi Gin. Yeah, you do mean it. Okay, cool. It's a cool art, though. Dun, 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 dun. Something's familiar about these designs. I knew it! Yas! Animation director Yas as well. Ooh. And this was 80, right? 82? That was very shortly after Gundam. Very interesting. I am now interested, actually, in, what's a Japanese title? I'm not just going to say White Fang, because I'm going to be like, you mean Gin? Because I'm going to think Gin as well. Shiroi Kiba White Fang Monogatari. Yas! Design. Whoa! And animation, of course, AD. The BG looks really good, too, actually. Uploaded, like, wait, anything group? Is this, like, the whole thing? Yeah. Look at that. I'm on some Russian site right now. Is it gonna play? Oh! Did they? I think they licensed this. Oh my gosh.
1893 год. Аляска.
Oh, it's dubbed in Russian. Oh, it's dubbed in Russian. Looks like in really good quality. That's in really good quality. Ooh. Look at that. Yeah, those are Yases. Nice.
Me.
This looks really good. Holy shit. As for the whole show, as for the whale show, I don't know what English fandom they're talking about because it has no English dub. Oh, weird. Whoa! Why didn't they bring this up?
Успокойся, здесь нет волков. Тебе удалось выжить.
It doesn't sound like they had the M&E tracks, so they're just like dubbing over it. Isn't this based on the book? Yes. I have not read the book, so I don't know how
Похоже,
faithful it is.
нелегко тебе пришлось. Не волнуйся, волки какое-то время не будут нападать на людей.
Just check,
Весна
this is
уже.
subbed. Oh, do the subs have it in this quality though? Because I would prefer to watch it in this quality.
Весной
This looks so
волки
good.
возвращаются в горы. Да, та волчица, наверное...
Oh my gosh! Dude!
История о белом клыке.
Historia. I'm I don't wanna Wow. That looks fantastic. Sign me the F up. Like, they mention it's Yoshihachi Yasuhiko Designs, but they don't say it in the... Yeah, all it says here, it's like, is the first non-sci-fi show from Gundam Studio Sunrise. You couldn't bother to mention that Yasuhiro was was character designer and animation director on this. And, like, he's the reason Gundam looks as good as it does. No. 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 Yeah, it's in this quality. Oh! Yeah! I'm so in. The movie. It's a movie. It's a special. Looks great. Oh my gosh. Well, that was a nice, finally a high note to end on. No, wait a second. No, I could. The light faded from my eyes just now. Like, I just fucking remembered we have to do these two. I can't. I can't, though. No. No. I do three. Okay, it's still two of them. Okay. Fuck. Whatever. I am spent. And I think so. Y'all might be spent too. Maybe not. Maybe you're not spent. Because you're not the ones fucking streaming. I'm streaming. I'm spent. I'm spent. Sheesh. Ah, Sheesh. Arthur reference. The 1990 movie's also subbed. Nice. Makes sense, as movies are usually movies are subbed. I only got here an hour ago. Fair. Gotta muster up the curtain, you know, put the big boy pay. Fucking take the hat off. Take the sweatshirt off. Get serious! Alright. It is time for stereotypes and archetypes. I'm tired, but fine to stay longer. Alright. Let me be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Alright, sorry. That was a wicked pissa. Shapes as a Mega Man. Nah, Rockman. I will never complain about more stream time. Fair enough. Thank you, guys. Look, this one Slack notification has been active for a long time and kind of bothering me. I just gotta check it. Man. Okay. Here we go, fellas. Stereotypes and archetypes. Okay, here we go. Fuck. Oh my god. Although we do not wish to draw too many links between Japan's traditional past and its modern-day entertainment, it is worth noting that much of the shorthand employed in story meetings and brainstorming sessions can break down into the Yakugara character cliches established in the Japanese theater. In Kabuki, for example, good fucking way to start it. Thank you. Thank you. In Kabuki, for example, roles are broadly divided into protagonists and antagonists, with heroes divided into the gruff, hot-headed Aragoto and the more refined, elegant, even effeminate Wagoto role. See Samurai Champloo, which copies these divisions to the letter. Other Kabuki character cliches include the Jitsugoto, who oppose evil with divine strength, although they are often broken and destroyed by their efforts. Female characters in Kabuki were more simply divided into Wakao no Nagata, youthful princess, courtesans, and other damsels in likely distress. Kashigata, samurai wives, often good with a sword or a frying pan, and Akuba, archetypal bad girls with street smarts, tattoos, and saws. Sorry. True. Oh. God damn it. Ew, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna just have it open on my phone. It's gonna go. The Slack notification is endearing and yet terrifying for me. Because I'm just like, ooh, what's up, boss? Like, job work? Tough luck. Sorry, I'm so distracted. Of course, naturally, I want to do anything else, but read this article. All right. And Akuba, archetypal bad girls with street smarts, tattoos, and sass. These basic classes of character are further multiplied by 3 age groups, young, middle-aged, and old, to create most main characters of the Japanese stage, although we have left out several subclasses such as clowns due to space limitations. Similarly, Kabuki has 6 basic types of villains: evil princes, aka nation demolishers, evil samurai, evil retainers, dishonest clerks, henchmen, often used for comic relief, and apprentices. Now, like, this could very much be like old TV tropes, blah, right? But I like that this sounds at least like a very studied thing for Kabuki theater. Like, this is very specific, like, the ingenue in theater, for example. It's not like a they're not trying to say it's a trope in a pessimistic way. It's more like a way to further understand it, basically. Like demographics, right? In for magazines. Multiplied by the 3 age groups, they form 18 basic templates for villainy. From beautiful boy villains who threaten the hero's would-be girlfriend, to scheming old uncles who are secretly in league with an enemy clan. Anime in the early days of TV, particularly but not exclusively those with a sporting basis, would often use similar character archetypes. The viewer's point of identification is usually the character closest in age to the target audience, and often a supposed natural at the anime's central sport/activity, with a rough, unhoned talent that requires hard work and perseverance. Gunbuster's oft-repeated Doryoku Dokonjo to turn into true ability. And it reminds me in Luffy's fight with Kaido, Big Mom hits him with electricity, and she's like, "How did that not work?" And he's like, "Gomu Dakara." And then she hits him with a fire attack, and he's still up. She's like, "Okay, how did you get up from that one?" Kanjo! Like that would just guts. Yeah, just fucking awesome. The catalyst that drives them into action in many instances is the loss of an elder family member, a father or sibling, although the lost relation may eventually reappear working for the enemy. This is such a TV tropes thing. I'm so sorry. This sounds like really interesting. I'm happy that's in this focus, but man. The mentor figure is an associate of the one who is lost, attempting to assuage his or her own guilt or bereavement by pushing the lead character into ever better achievements. The mentor figure will also be likely to have a tragic fate, possibly due to some disease or affliction that she or he has kept from the protagonist, or otherwise a moment of supreme sacrifice. Note also that these archetypes are far from unique, as they delineate a mythic hero's journey that can be found in Western media, most obviously Star Wars, itself famously using Joseph Campbell's Hero with a Thousand Faces to define its archetypes. There will also be a childish sidekick, often for comic relief, and probably a dark, mysterious stranger who may turn out to be the long-lost relative. This is so... So what? So what? So what? And what if there isn't? Right? It's like, to what end are we talking about this? It was interesting to me to have like the matrix of like 6 main types of villains times 3 age groups. That was interesting. But they're just rattling. There's sometimes the bad guy, and then there's the girl. You know what I mean? And it's just like, whatever, bro. Okay. These dynamics, plus a few sports matches or battles, can normally carry a story healthily for 26 episodes. That's a little short, to be honest with you. If we're talking Battle Shonen, that's short. Come on. Come on. We need to be longer than that. By the time the audience might notice, they have seen it all before. But by the time the audience might notice they have seen it all before, they are probably already in a different year at school or following a different show. That, at least, is how the more cynical producers might excuse the use of such formulae. Or maybe because it works! Maybe because we like seeing characters falling in love. And it's like, the boy and the girl. Like, I don't know. It's human fucking nature. Like, I seriously don't care. Like, it's serious. It's just like, it isn't so much we forgot. Or like, oh, wait, I've seen this before. Like, no. Like, sure, we might have seen it in different forms, but we're not cynical cunts. Who are just like, I've seen it dime a dozen, done 1,000 times before. Like, you're being pretentious. You're being a snob. Excuse my language. The rise of merchandising. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. That was the last thing I wanted to hear after that. Now merchandising. Man, this article started out so good too. Yeah, I couldn't. Man. The rise of merchandising led many manga and anime creators to follow larger cast templates, chiefly inspired by foreign imports. It was Jerry Anderson's Thunderbirds that introduced the Japanese to the toy-selling, audience-pleasing potential of an entire family of protagonists. Most notable in Skyers 5 and Go Ranger, they literally made this exact same point, bar for bar, in the sci-fi fucking one. Like, you can't be serious. I read it yesterday and I'm tired. Stereotypes and archetypes. Oh, God. Yeah, stinky, poo-poo. Right. It's what you expect, Hayden. It's exactly what you're expecting. It started really good because they started with kabuki theater and we're like, here's the different archetypes. Here's like all the different kinds of villains they would have. And here's the Japanese terms for them. Like, that was interesting. This sucks. If anything made using a pre-existing concept suck, then Star Wars is the worst movie ever. Wait, for real? Wait, I'm not sure what you mean. Wait, the bar for... Yeah, for the sci-fi and robots one? Yeah. They totally mentioned Thunderbirds that went into Skyers 5 and Go Ranger. Which introduced the character rosters of literally... Yeah, they've said this exact same thing. Which introduced the character roster of Hero, Rogue, Big Guy, Comic Relief, and Token Girl. I really need to make a point that, like... They're straight up repeating themselves in these thematic articles, entries. Point for point, example for example. Wasting space. It's such a fucking waste of space. Often working for an avuncular scientist, and perhaps most recognizable in Battle of the Planets. It's anime Encyclopedia. Oopsie. I wonder how many pages they would reduce by just removing all mentions of Tenchi Muyo. Like, it's that meme, the anime encyclopedia. The anime encyclopedia if you remove Tenchi Muyo. It's not that bad, but it would be funny. Oh man. Five lead characters allows for a healthy group dynamic and helps justify the sale of 5 toys instead of 1. Ah! Car captors a pile of shit! Ah! This, like, irrational fucking rage, like... I was just about to make that joke. Yeah. Fuck. No! The format was further refined in girls' anime to remove men from the equation, creating groups of 5 The format was further refined in girls' anime to remove men from the equation, creating groups of 5 heroines, or more precisely, a single point of identification with 4 supporting cast members. Did you not what? Hummingbirds and early seasons of Sailor Moon are the best examples? Are you seriously implying that Sailor Moon, early seasons of Sailor Moon, when they refined it to girls just remove the men, creating a group of 5 heroines, or more precisely, a single point of identification? Oh, like, there's just one girl. They're all the same girl. I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying. That's Sailor Moon, they're just all the same girl. I'm reading this again. The format was further refined in girls' anime to remove men from the equation, creating groups of 5 heroines, or more precisely, a single point of identification with 4 supporting cast members. Hummingbirds and early seasons of Sailor Moon offer the best examples with our klutzy, ugly duckling girl next door heroine, a hapless, self-doubting centaur, surrounded by a brusque tomboy. Okay, they are different. Cool. I guess they are different. Alright, fuck. A hapless, surrounded by a brusque tomboy, a demure maiden, a sophisticated older girl, and a child. Occasionally a feral one. Other female characters might include foreign girls, often depicted as blonde, loud, large-breasted, and stupid. It should be noted, however, that blonde hair, or indeed any other hair color, including green and purple, is not a racial signifier in anime. Thanks, Anime Encyclopedia. I didn't know that. Oh, boy. It's not a racial signifier in anime, which often gives its characters ludicrous hair colors in order to aid identification. Similar concerns often lead to heavy accessorizing in female characters' hair. Miyazaki references removed. We'll see. Oh, and Miyazaki. Yeah, right. No, yeah. Wonder how many of their favorite movies were just made to promote merch. Most of them, but who cares? Meanwhile, Studio Ghibli is the most commercialized conglomerates. My favorite Totoro was only made to sell Totoro doormats. I'm not saying that. These guys have not watched Sailor Moon, have they? It sounded like they did from their article, but like... Ugh. Perhaps they're referring to demographic identity. I guess so. They could, but that's still stupid, because it's like... I can't identify with any magical girls because I'm not a girl? Is that what they're saying? I can't identify with a character who is klutzy and a crybaby and makes a lot of mistakes, but for some reason has all these really talented people surrounding them that like them anyway. You know? And because they see something in the individual that they themselves can't see. You know, like, girls are not some difference, like, what is the saying? Fucking, girls are from Pluto or something like that? I don't remember. Fucking, this is from there, this is from Mars, or I don't know. Something like to really show, like, girls are an entirely different species, guys! When, like, no, they're not. They are human beings who can have the same characteristics and feelings and struggles and qualities as men. Like, they were just saying there was a center point and the characters around them were just Lucky Star background characters, I guess. Wait, large-breasted in Sailor Moon? Who? Well, Hayden, think about who they aren't referring to here. When they go, get Sailor Moon, klutzy, ugly duckling girl next door heroine, a hapless, self-doubting centaur, surrounded by a brusque tomboy, a demure maiden, a sophisticated older girl, and a child. Who are they missing in Sailor Moon? In that group, in that quadrant? Who are they missing? And then they go, other female characters include foreign girls, often depicted as blonde, loud, large-breasted, and stupid. It's funny. Large-breasted foreign girl in which anime? I don't know. Hair accessories look good on real people, too. Not a racial signifier, we're just implying it is. People buy expensive clothes and vehicles to stand out all the time. You can enjoy it, but it sounds like they were saying they narrowed their scope to target a more specific group. Okay. Boomers were raised on gender stereotypes and shows in these guys' writing. Men are from Mars, girls are from Venus. Right. Venus? Yeah, I feel like they just missed out on Venus. Because they can't, like, fit her into a box. Which is true. I get what they're talking about like kind of tropey, but like to call Mars the brusque tomboy is like, no, not really. She's argumentative, but she's not a tomboy. And she's definitely not a demure maiden either. That's a little more like Mercury, but Mercury, Ami is not really as demure. Like there's more to her than that, you know. I would define them like I do like kind of like simplifying them down as in like particular ways, but they while still having the depth that they have. I like defining it as like Sailor Moon's the crybaby, Mars is the hot-headed rival, Ami Mercury is the really kind nerd. Jupiter is the older sister, for sure. I wouldn't just say older girl. I feel like she's a lot more sisterly than the other characters. And then Venus is... I feel like she's kind of more like the popular girl, but there's not much basis to go off of that. That's my problem with Venus, is I can't peg her. That's really bad out of context. That's really bad out of context. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna walk that. I can't identify her. I can't like pin her down as a particular, you know what I mean? As like the blue one or whatever. Venus is the idol. Yeah, definitely. That's a good way of putting it. Like Ampu almost, for sure. Anyway, let's move on. Foreignness also plays an important part in the subject of gay erotica. Many relationships in such anime being describable as a meek, submissive, dark-haired character who is acted upon, dominated, or seduced by a more experienced, often elder, blonder character. Even if the seducer is not demonstrably foreign, their actions will often be the least stereotypically Japanese. Yeah, I don't think you can peg her. Fuck you, Bob. I know. Idols are meant to be secretive and mysterious, but have a lot of immediate visual appeal and strong aura. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. She's the idol for sure. The arrival of the dating simulation genre. Kill me now. Please don't make me do it. Pulling teeth. The arrival of the dating simulation genre has also utilized the basic female archetypes of the team show, often turning gameplay into a form of personality test in which the computer tries to work out what kind of mate the player would most prefer. What is this? The fucking genie? Like, wait, like, what is that, like, answer genie? You know, like the game people play where it's like 20 questions and the genie can guess what character you're talking about from the fucking questions? Is that what VNs are to these people? Turning the gameplay into a form of personality test in which the computer tries to work out what kind of mate the player would most prefer. They have a dartboard of insults. Yeah. Venus is the one who's been through all this before, but her idealism keeps her from being cynical. If you read Codename V manga, she starts out like Usagi, but goes through a lot and matures. That's really cool. If only it was in anime. They just speedrunning through all the bad points they made throughout the book. I know. Akinator. They don't know how VNs work, huh? I guess. Oh, it's called Akinator. I gotcha. A bratty pop idol child, perhaps. Or a librarian maiden. Both likely candidates for moe. The modern fan obsession with unthreatening, childlike girls, like something out of the Lolita anime. Yeah. Many dating sims introduce more than the basic character set. Which, incidentally, the authors first divined by comparing the programming flowcharts on erotic dating sims. but additional girls are often variations on the basic themes. Such themes are readily translated into erotic anime, many of which are based directly on the games where the archetypes are most clearly used. Where romance is part of the story, even in mundane anime not related to dating sims, it is often amused that the girl next door character among a hero's love objects will be the eventual lucky lady. Time slip chapters of both the Urusei Yatsura and Doraemon stories imply that their heroes settle for their hometown girl and not any exotic alien princesses or demon queens. What is the time slip chapter of Urusei Yatsura that they're referring to? Japanese critics are often reluctant to admit that so many characters can be so easily delineated. Takashi Kondo's Guide of Fireflies, I'm sorry. Takashi Kondo's Guide of Fantastic Beauties from 1997, for example, prefers to plot female anime characteristics on 6 axes: town versus country, warlike versus peaceful, adult versus child, real versus ethereal, fresh. I thought that said French. Ah, French. Fresh versus bitter, and the rather vague sun versus moon. That's at least fun and interesting. I really don't mind categorizing and databasing anime characters in terms of what defining what they are, you know, so long as we are not boiling them down to just that thing and that is all they are. You know, I just want to avoid generalism. This is all a way of rationalizing it in a way that is essentialism. And just, it's that. She's the girl. She's the fucking, right? He's the Naruto, right? I don't necessarily like that. But I'm okay with it, with using these tropes as a way of being as a baseline for the audience. When you first introduced to this character and she acts like a tsundere, which, by the way, notice they have not used any of those names, by the way. They did not use tsundere, they did not use kudere, they did not use yandere, any of those Spanish terms. If you notice that a character is okay, this seems like a tsundere, it is not then that you have figured the character out. It is then that you can set your expectations of how they are going to act and how the show uses them. And if the show uses them in a underutilized way, or in a poor way that's I've seen this archetype played way better in this other show, then that's understandable. That's just the show not implementing their character, or maybe you've pegged it wrong, I don't know. But I feel like that's the baseline for audience expectation, so they can be okay, I can say I kind of see where it's going, and I can follow it and enjoy it and understand it. It's kind of important for this stuff for you to understand these characters. And that's such it's a shorthand, you know? It's not easy to make popular entertainment, because popular entertainment requires a lot of people to get what you're talking about as soon as possible, as easy as possible. And oftentimes that does include common tropes and everything, right? But I like at least the kind of the playfulness of this idea of pitting them on 6 axes and trying to find where do they fit in the scale. That's fun. It's not the be all end all, I figured the character out, but it's fun. It's just a way to understand it. But just to be it's the girl next door. Merchandising. I don't know. This doesn't do it. Furthermore, attempts by press liaisons to make something sound palatable to journalists can reduce any anime plot to predictable and unappealing stereotypes. See, that's their issue. when they detect that something is a stereotype, it's a bad thing. That's unappealing. Or fucking predictable. Oh, I know how this is gonna turn out. And maybe they're right. Maybe that is how it's gonna turn out. And whose fault is that? You for predicting it? Or the show for going the way you were expecting it to go? I've never played a VN that worked that way. The only game I played that fits that description is Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing. Codename V manga is a short read, so I'd say give it a shot. Unthreatening girls like in Lolita anime? So children? I don't know. Me either. Ace Attorney is the closest thing for me, and that's more of an adventure game. What are the odds of that all the tropes they're referring to stem from the Japanese form of blood personality type associations? I try not to use them either for the reasons of oversimplification, spoiling their character progression, and risking being misunderstood by the average viewer. Yeah. I mean, you can't just look at Goku or Suguru and say all battle shonen leads are the same. Yeah. No, absolutely. But, like, even Goku and Suguru have differences that make them interesting. Goku has no shame. You know? For as often as both of them make really klutzy... I would say Suguru is way klutzier than Goku, and he's self-conscious about it. At least from what little I've exposed myself to Kinnikuman, I've only seen the movies and Kinnikuman Nisei. But it feels like Suguru has way more of a chip on his shoulder, where he's kind of a lovable lead, but he's like, when he does something stupid or embarrassing and everyone's like, that was stupid and embarrassing, he's like, you know, he feels it. He's affected by it. Goku does not give a shit. Granted, he doesn't do as many stupid, weird, wacky things, but the things that he does do, he's just like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know. And it's just funny that he's doing the thing that's like super crass or whatever, without any, with complete ambivalence. That's what's funny. They're very different characters. It feels like, from what little I've seen, again, what little I've seen of Kinnikuman, it does feel like Suguru is pitted in a way that he has to prove himself. And Goku, in the beginning, probably is that way. Of, like, he feels like he wants to do whatever there, but, like, he feels a little more confident in his strength. Especially into Z, where that isn't so much of a, like, oh, man, can I do it? You know, I don't necessarily think he has that mentality. So that even that, just what I said there, just what I talked about there, right? It's nuance. Or maybe I'm talking out my ass. I don't know. Consequently, the phrase hot-headed and or shy boy gets robot and or several would-be girlfriends and or a childhood sweetheart who is mysterious girl is applicable to a depressingly large number of anime. Why say this? Why make this claim? I don't even know how you begin to fucking quantify that or prove it. Do you want to really start proving it? And start to be like, well, actually, what's different about this one? Because that's how it works. Like, maybe there's something to that. But, like... and it's also just totally, like, spitting in the face, again, of them being like, it's more than Pokemon and porn, guys. The phrase hot-headed and or shy boy. What fucking MC could there... hot-headed and or shy boy. Boy or girl does thing. Depressing. That's depressing how many anime fit that description. Like... hot-headed and or shy boy gets robot and or several would-be girlfriends and or a childhood sweetheart who is a mysterious girl. Suguru starts off as cynical and lazy, but learns to be a heroic figure by pushing himself and over. Yeah, that does sound good. That sounds accurate to him for sure. Because I figured that, like, his son, I forget his son's name. I'm so sorry. Damn. I actually forgot his son's name. That's awkward. Seriously, all this book does is enforce every negative anime stereotype out there. In a way. In some way. When a title first appeared in comic form, it has also become a hoary cliche to say, based on the popular manga, regardless of whether the manga was popular or not. What does that have to do with anything you were talking about? What kind of observation is that? That's just you being a cunt. That's just you being cynical. Where a title first appeared in comic form, it has also become a hoary cliche to say, based on the popular manga, regardless of whether the manga was popular or not. Maybe because it's a cliche, but that has nothing to do with stereotypes and archetypes. Oh, man, it's depressing how much these action movie protags have in common with James Bond. Sue me! Honestly. Freaking awful. You're not clever. You're not smart for saying this. You're just not. Like, wow, I never thought of it that way. What? Marketing that was just based on the popular manga? It's not actually that popular? Wow! Like, yeah. You can say the same thing about movies and books. Do they hate all movies based on books too? I couldn't tell you. Anyway, that went about as well as I was expecting. Technology and formats. Here we are. Last one. 4 hours, 70 minutes. Yay. Whew. We cover several anime firsts in our section on early anime, and reiterate here... Yeah, you're gonna reiterate again? Yay. Reiterate here that the development of anime remains directly tied to new developments and applications of media technology. Film from 1917, television from the 1950s, video from the late 1970s, and digitization from the early 80s. When the only resource available was a film camera, anime remained beholden to the film medium, with Oten Shimokawa drawing his Mukuso Imokawa the Doorman in chalk on a blackboard. Animators all over the world soon realized that while foreground figures would need to move on a frame-by-frame basis, background images could often remain unchanged from shot to shot. Papercut animators began to experiment with translucent paper in order to create multiple layers of action on a screen. The animation cell, a clear piece of celluloid, presented the ideal solution, allowing animators to draw partial images on uniformly shaped, identically sized squares of transparent film. This could be layered one on top of the other and on a rostrum, and then photographed by an overhead camera in order to create a multi-layered image, a multi-plane setup enabling the separate levels to be manipulated at different degrees of parallax, hence creating a better sense of depth. First reached Japan in 1941, when Tadahito Mochinaga built one for Mitsuo Seio's Ant Boy. Great. Big fan of that. No notes. Big smile on my face. Not sarcasm. Not at all. Please, I sincerely cannot wait to read this book where he is uninhibited by brevity. That's great. And I can't wait to hear even more detail about that in this book. Anime, a second edition, a history, second edition by Jonathan Clements. Now I'm worried. Right. Well, let's see. Cells and rostrum cameras became the basic tools of the anime world for the next 50 years. Images could be kept in exact registration from shot to shot by the use of sprocket holes at their edges, perforations, and pegs. These are not seen in the finished film since they occur beyond TV safety. That is, beyond the area of the image that will actually be photographed. And it's really interesting. A lot of new scans of old anime, like when we did Angel Cop, I actually had to sync. I had to do something with. Yes, I remember. There was a lot of overscan when they rescanned the original 16-minute negatives, the original negatives for Angel Cop to make it look in 4K. I don't know if we released it in 4K. I think we did. We released a steelbook of it for like a Blu-ray. It looks phenomenal. But the thing was that a lot of the shots had overscan, meaning they shot it in such a to get as much picture as possible, that there are some shots where you can see the character is cut off on the screen, that they didn't paint any further, or their heads cut like in a certain way, and so it's past the TV safety that they're talking about. That was just in the new scan. So I actually had to go through all 6 episodes. I think it's 6 episodes of Angel Cop. I had to go through the whole thing and look shot by shot to make sure that there was no, none of those shots were in TV safety. And if any of them were, my boss kind of had the particular technologies not to just like increase the zoom in on Premiere, you know. But I think it was effectively something like that. I don't remember what he did, but like it was just to like cut, like to get those sections. It was also the moment when the overscan, for whatever reason, the negative that we had didn't have rain in a particular scene where they're supposed to be. And it turned out that the negative, like the scan that they gave us, they include the rain as a separate shot, like after the episode. There's a couple of things, like there was a lot of things that were missing in weird spots for whatever reason. And so I actually overlaid that rain digitally onto the original, like the negative and everything, or like the film, obviously the file they gave us, like in Premiere, and I used like opacity, like lighten or something, to have the rain included back on that scene. Yeah, it's just stuff like that. It's just really cool and interesting. These are, yeah, that is beyond the area of the image that will actually be photographed. Jimmy T. Murakami reported his frustration at Toei in the late 1950s, where animators still insisted on holding cells together by the less exacting means of paper clips. Peter Chung has observed that the pegs in Japanese drawing boards are fixed in place, whereas those in America can be rotated on hinges. This, he suggests, allows American artists a better opportunity to test and retest their work in progress, but forces Japanese animators to trust their first draft, or to embrace a more impressionistic, less naturalistic form of animation. That's really cool. I like that observation a lot. The ability to reuse elements also led to certain choices in filmmaking, such as Osamu Tezuka's decision to have a Spartan, barely finished future in Astro Boy, and a robot protagonist whose limb positions, once drawn on cells, could be reused from episode to episode. Yeah, banking. And I for some reason, I kind of suspected this when I was watching, but it wasn't until this past week or last week, that last time I watched some episodes, that I recognized, yeah, Sally the Witch has a ton of bank shots. They have that same classic, like they have the shot of Sally looking a certain way, or a certain distance from the screen, or looking a particular direction, pointing, Cub doing something in particular. And so a lot of the time, creatively, right, in order to like, okay, they were creating this original story, this original episode for Sally, because the majority of the episodes of Sally are anime original, of course. You can imagine they had to kind of use the bank system. You can't just kind of have them do whatever you want. In order to be cost efficient, you kind of have to write and create the stories in such a way that you can play them using the same bank. It's sort of like, if you guys have seen Noodle, you know that YouTuber Noodle who did the 60 FPS video, and he basically uses the puppets like this, right? And a couple of YouTubers like Saberspark or whatever, they have like key poses, right? And so it's like, if you're making that video, or you know, whatever, you have to kind of like create certain faces and structures for like, what am I saying, like what face or pose can I use for this part of the script, right? It's sort of that mentality, but used in cell animation. And obviously there's certain things that they could still get away with, where it's like, okay, but this is a unique it's not just them all talking and everything. There's, you know, a particular unique thing that happens. And that would be like the one new bit of animation, maybe. But a lot of the other time, it's like really padded out with reused animation. But it's like it's interesting how you can't entirely tell unless you watch a ton of episodes, maybe even sequentially, like back to back. And when you'd be like, that's another transformation sequence, right? I only know of one company that keeps the whole film frame uncropped in their releases, Thunderbeam. Like, you can see the curves of the corners of the frame. Wow. Off topic, but does this deck have any interesting in Garzy's Wing? I feel like you can mark it as the anime version of The Room. I don't even know if it's in... I don't know what situation it's in. I mean, the thing is that, like, I believe Sentai Filmworks has rights over Dunbine. And I don't know if Garzy's Wing necessarily is included in that. Because it's part of that franchise. I don't know if it's in licensing hell, maybe. And it's also, like... it kind of stinks. And I don't know necessarily if we can sell things as, like, the room of this thing or whatever. I don't know if that sort of marketing works for anime fans. I mean, certainly we've released ghost stories to a lot of success. So, there is something to that. There's certainly something to Garzy's Wing, but... not my call. Yeah, just like Hanna-Barbera, but not as pronounced. Yes, exactly like Hanna-Barbera. Although cells are transparent, too many of them stacked on top of one another can cause lower levels to appear murky, generally limiting the number of cells in use to 3, a foreground, a background, and some kind of change on screen, be it a hand gesture or a moving mouth. 5 levels of cells are usually considered to be the maximum, although the need to pour in extra light can cause a bleached quality, reducing the vivacity of any colors. This, however, was exploited by Mamoru Oshii, who adopted a bled color scheme for his Patlabor movies. I guess so. The need for light in order to ensure good photography also made it time-consuming to realistically depict night sequences in cell animation. The need for light in order to ensure good photography also made it time-consuming to realistically depict night sequences in cell animation, as it requires animators to make murkier, grayer grades of standard colors. Katsuhiro Otomo's Akira, which contains many night sequences, is a particularly good example of the painstaking efforts required. This issue was resolved with the adoption of digital animation in the late 1990s, which effectively allowed day-for-night shooting at the flick of a switch, and ushered in a whole slew of vampire and werewolf stories as a result. don't know if it was really that big of a problem. The vast majority of Saint Tail takes place at night. You know? I would, maybe not the vast majority. Like 2/3, let's say. A good chunk. It doesn't have that much of a, I don't know. I guess they do a very good job hiding the fact that it's difficult to do night scenes, because I've never really noticed any like strain or like, why is it always date? I don't know. I will say the one show that like is noticeably always during the day is a lot of battle shonen, such as One Piece in particular. No, One Piece for some more so than other battle shonen for me. It's weird how much of it takes place during the day. It does have night, don't get me wrong, but like a lot of the time it's during the day. But then it's like at the same time, I wonder if they have the same problem in manga. When you think about it, I think manga probably has the same problem, right? Because of the amount of toner they'd have to use, or like the grayscales and stuff. When I think about it, I think that makes sense. Like manga actually has a similar difficulty, so that's probably why a lot of stories do take place during the day. Even though it's possible. Like they have night scenes. It's not impossible. They just charge when can. I mean, you guys released Angel Cop, and I assume most people watch that for the dub, right? Cat's Eye 2, some of them, yeah. The opportunity to reuse backgrounds also led to an understandable craftsmanship. Anime can have wonderful stories, sunsets. Anime can have wonderful skies, sunsets, and lush backgrounds, since the painters can afford to concentrate their efforts on an image that will not be used for more than a single 24th of a second. Animators can also treat the image through the use of camera filters or effects placed on the rostrum camera itself, often improvised methods such as those employed in some episodes of Fist of the North Star. I wish they would actually talk about some of those actual, and not just be like, Fist of the North Star, or whatever. Not all cells are the regulation screen shape. Long panning shots, for example, might be drawn onto elongated cells in order to keep a single unbroken image on screen. Horizontal movement is thereby achieved by moving the cell. Vertical movement, such as zooms, can be achieved by moving the camera, which is attached to a fixed rail. Anime were initially shot on 16mm and then transferred to video for broadcast using a standard telescene process. However, some anime were shot on other forms of film. Magic Boy was the first anime to be shot using the CinemaScope process from 1959, a deliberate attempt to match the same methods used on Disney's Lady and the Tramp from 1955. Disney's Sleeping Beauty from 1959. That is so weird, actually. I actually didn't realize this for some reason. The fact that Lady and the Tramp came out before Sleeping Beauty, for whatever reason, it feels like Sleeping Beauty would be older. I would have thought the Sleeping Beauty came out before Lady and the Tramp. Like Lady and the Tramp would have been 60s or something. That's really interesting. Makes me want to watch Lady and the Tramp now, because it always feels a lot more modern than that. Sleeping Beauty was the first feature cartoon to be shot on 70mm film, although this achievement largely passed the Japanese by, since prints of the film in Japan were in 35mm. Consequently, Japanese sources in search for the opportunity to discuss Japan's first 70mm film tend to fall back on Metamorphoses / Wings of Change in 1978, which was an American-Japanese co-production, but did contain a 70mm sequence directed by Sadao Miyamoto. Other technological breakthroughs in anime include 3D, first used for the final episode of Nobody's Boy Remy. Wait, what? And occasionally wheeled out for children's movies and stereo sound first used in Battle of the Planets. Yeah, what? Other technological breakthroughs in anime include 3D, first used for the final episode of Nobody's Boy Remy? Are they confusing the 3D aspect that they were using for the multiplane camera that they were trying to simulate for Nobody's Boy Remy, which is happening not the last episode, but the entire show? Most like in the early episodes? Do I have to look up fucking... Oh. I wonder if Yae Nakiko is on YouTube. I fucking doubt it. That's not... No. That's the Steel B. No. No, it's not on here. Fuck. Do they mean 3D or parallel? They say 3D. But I don't... I mean, obviously they're referring to the parallax thing. Because that's the thing that Yae Nakiko is known for. But the final episode? I really want to watch the... I don't remember that. I just don't remember that. I want to rewatch it, but I can't remember that. And stereo sound first used in Battle of the Planets movie in 1978. Really? Stereo sound was the first time that it was first used in 1978? They didn't have it any earlier than that? That doesn't seem quite right to me. Because there's some anime that sound very pristine. Like the original Aim for the Ace in 1973. That has very good sound. Like, I don't know if it's surround sound. I don't know what they're talking about. With 24 frames per second of traditional film, it is theoretically possible to change the on-screen image 24 times per second, animating on ones. However, this was rarely done, even by Disney in Cell Age, where globally animators seem to settle on animating on twos, i.e. 12 times per second, was more than enough to deliver fluid motion on all but the most complex of shots. As a result, the industrial definition of full animation is not, as one might expect, animating on ones, but on twos. It's a combination of twos and ones. I don't necessarily think anyone was saying that limited animation is twos and full animation is ones. And I know this is more supposed to be focused on anime, but I'm pretty sure that, like, that is what the Thief and the Cobbler is, like, kind of the most known for. It's like nobody does it on ones, and so Thief and the Cobbler was like, bet, and tried to do all of it on ones. I thought that was the reason. Isn't Yamato the first anime to be in stereo? I don't know. Maybe the Ace Blu-rays DVDs had an audio remaster? Yeah, no, I remember our release of Aim for the Ace has incredibly good sound. I imagine that's why most of the older shows sound good. Masters have been preserved in stereo, maybe, but on the film it was I don't know. Japanese television animation tends to follow Osamu Tezuka's decision to animate on threes, i.e. at 8 images per second, which can make for a jerky, staccato movement on screen, but allows studios to bring in work on budget and on time in the trade mill of television. There's nothing physically preventing the Japanese from doing full animation, nothing that is except the financial restrictions born of the relatively low returns that the Japanese animation industry usually expects. See rating and box office. I don't know. I agree that, like, he obviously limited it severely, that it's mostly, that Astro Boy's mainly on threes. But I don't know, I feel like there's more to it. I just checked Japanese Wikipedia. They call the parallax in Remy 3D for marketing. Yeah, I know it's called 3D. Yeah. They probably read that into that literally. No, sure. But but also I don't know where they got my sticking point. Really, at that is, why are they saying the final episode of Remy? It's the first episode of Remy. It's the whole show. So like broadcasting could have been mono. Also, just noticed that Wikipedia added the category for anime directed by Dazaki. Nice to see them getting some. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, Thief and Column Blur was a monstrous beast that took super long to make. It wasn't even. No, it didn't. He didn't even finish it. It was a Icarus moment. Fly into the sun. Because a lot of vinyls and stuff were pretty popular in mono. But yeah. A major change behind the scenes in anime came during the late 1960s, when studios began to use a Xerox camera to transfer pencil drawing directly onto cells. This xerography, or in Japanese, machine tracing, not only made an entire echelon of tracers redundant, but it also allowed much more of the key artist's work to make it into the final image. Anime came to favor scrappier, sketchier stylings and more daring artistic experimentation, such as deformation and compression, by key animators sure that less of their creation would be sanded down in the tracing process. Yeah. Most notable in these experiments was Star of the Giants, in which a number of them were used to conceal the fact that the anime version was swiftly catching up with the original manga, and the animators were flailing in search of means to slow the action down. I really need, because the thing is, the anecdote in this book that talks about a single pitch. This is way back. I talked about it in the stream before. That talks about an episode that takes place over a single pitch is largely unfounded. I literally went through the entire original show. I didn't go through 2. I didn't go through Shin. All right, fuck me, I guess. That could have been there. But I literally have the whole manga and the whole original anime, and I looked for this episode, and I looked for the corresponding chapter, and it is one episode that adapts one chapter. Pretty fine, actually. It didn't feel like it added much or elongated anything or did anything weird. Or maybe I'm used to that. I really don't know. But it didn't honestly seem like stretching it out. So like I would still really want to watch Star of the Giants in that regard and to like compare it to the manga, but I'd like it subbed first, because I am not watching Star of the Giants raw. I've tried the first episode raw, and it's way too wordy and dialogue heavy, and I want to know what's going on. What anime is that? The one pitch? Star of the Giants, 1968. First sports anime. 182 episodes. Pretty big deal. Not subbed. Of course not. Thief and Kava would have been a better chance of being made if it started in the 90s. No one was going to take it on Thief in the 70s. Yeah. The Start of the Giants manga translated? No. Not that I know of. I actually don't know if I've actually checked. If he started subbed, I want it to. I think Pet's-chan said he was watching and he might know if you need to find it. Maybe if he finds it, if he knows the episode, sure. I asked Mateo, who had also watched it raw, who was watching it raw as well, and I think he was like, not that I know of, I couldn't really find it. This, in turn, created a new trend of hyperreality in the animated image, accentuating freeze-frame, cutaways, flashbacks, and dramatizations of human emotion, many of which became commonplace in the anime tradition, tropes, and transformations. Flashbacks, cutaways, dramatization of human emotion, those are not exclusive to anime. That's not an invention of animation. That shit's just fiction. And whether it was added, that would be interesting to know. I love doing I'm really excited to do a manga to anime, like an official one for, I'm going to be doing it for Ashita no Joe first. I'm mainly doing it for Ashita no Joe first as like a practice run, basically. Because I have the whole manga physically. And it's my favorite show, so. At this point, I'll set up something translating the PS2 game. The arrival of video recorders in the late 1970s caused a radical change in the nature of viewers' access to animation. Suddenly, it was possible to rewatch and review, and even to send and swap tapes with fellow aficionados. It was hence possible to create an anime fandom, both inside Japan and beyond its borders. And it was not long before producers realized that the presence of a small but dedicated audience of adult viewers offered the potential of a new direct sales market, bypassing theaters and television channels. The first video anime, Dallos, changed anime's method of distribution, not the technology that actually made it. The lower overheads required to put video cassettes and laserdiscs, then DVDs, into stores allowed producers to try more experimental works. To be perfectly transparent, Dallos was first, but it was certainly not like a whole lot ahead. Like, Birth came out a couple months later. Radio City Fantasy came out a couple months later. In fact, I don't even think Dallas finished. It wasn't even like a fully finished thing. Like, the first episode was certainly first. But it's 4 episodes. How long did it take to get released over time, right? Versus Radio City Fantasy and Birth are 1 episode installments. It's like this framing that, like, yeah, Dallos changed anime's method of distribution. Suddenly everyone was doing, whoa, because Dallos, whoa. No, they were all seeing it at the same time, and Dallas just finished first. They finished theirs first. But it was already like a mutually understood thing. Like, all of them see it. We're like, well, that's probably what we should do. And they all did it. It wasn't just like, oh, Dallas did it, we should do it too. It makes it seem like that when you put it like this. The lower overheads required to put video cassettes and laserdiscs, then DVDs, into stores allowed producers to try more experimental works. Video also allowed for private viewing, and hence the return of erotica and pornography. In addition, video permitted the ready export of anime abroad, where original formats were sometimes confused. iCity, made as a movie for screening in cinemas, went straight to video outside Japan, whereas the original Appleseed, released straight to video in Japan, was released in cinemas in some territories, blowing up artwork originally intended for the small screen to the work's arguable detriment. The mixture of original formats often led to false expectations among rights buyers and audiences abroad. Anime's initial boom in the English-speaking world was spearheaded by movies, Akira, Uritsuki Doji, and Castle of Cagliostro, but largely comprised videos, which is a predictable drop in quality. Nor were many of, by and large, sure, but like, nor were many of the videos standalone titles, leading to increased confusion, particularly in cases such as RG Veda, where a Japanese release was left open-ended, with the expectation that the audiences would follow the rest of the story in a manga version simply unavailable to the American mainstream at the time. In the mid-1990s, the expansion of television networks and the reduction in video budgets led to a new form of distribution. Instead of releasing niche programming onto video, some producers sold it at a cheap rate to television networks, who would then broadcast it during the late-night graveyard shift. What once might have been released in the 1980s as a video series of 6 one-hour episodes would now be broken into 12 or 13 half-hour episodes, with the concomitant? What the fuck? Concomitant. Naturally accompanying or associated. Attendant, accompanying, associated, collateral, related, connected, linked. Yeah. Ugh. First episode. Yeah. It doesn't count if only the first. There's no subgroup actively working on it. I'm pretty sure the first episode was released as a joke. I was like, oh, we're about to sub this one, or I don't know, as more of a test or something. But it's not being regularly worked on, like Chibi Maruko-chan or something. And the last one is subbed by Inca. Yeah, but it's not the whole show. Oh yeah, the last episode is a joke from Inca. To be like, where do we do this one? Nope. Because, you know, it's 182 episodes. It took them like a decade to release Joe. 79 episodes. I consider Birth to be the first true OVA. I feel like Dallas could have easily been done on a TV budget. Of course, I also consider the Sex of Megazone 23 to have started the flood of... Yeah. Wait, when I'm reading, there's an implication that Inca subbed all of Star of the Giants over 10 years. Not sure where, though. Yeah, I would know. We would know about that. That would be interesting. If he did, they're not available anywhere. Oh, damn, you're still going at it. Thank you. We're almost at 5 hours. Stupid fucking. Say that 3 times fast. Oh, dumb me. The Inca post about was April Fool's. Yep. I figured. Essentially, the idea was to have a video release in which the fan was expected to bring his own tape. Japanese magazines even published guides on how to get the best from home taping. The rise of the late-night anime led to a different type of content, with the late-night anime largely unsuitable for prime time. Although not a problem in Japan, this has led to a more confused expectations abroad, as anime distributors buy TV serials that they find to be almost impossible to sell for broadcast without censorship and localization. That is a funny problem to have, yeah. The ability to store and manipulate images digitally is the most crucial innovation in the anime business since the adoption of the cell, and its repercussions are still playing out. During the recession of 1974, producers at Toei first began exploring the possibilities of using computers to streamline the animation process. Primitive computers were used at first to control table work, increments for zooms and pans on the rostrum camera, but eventually integrated into a company-wide system, Computer-Aided Toei Animation System, or CATAS, set up by Fujitsu in the 1980s. In the years after an episode of The Yearling in 1983, after an episode of The Yearling was digitally composited, much anime still appeared to be 2D. It was largely made inside a computer. As the price of computer power dropped, Toei installed a high-speed data cable between its Tokyo base and its Philippines subsidiary, and in 1991 was the first company to use the Revolutionary Engineering Total Animation System, RETAS, a software suite from Celsius Corporation that swiftly became the Japanese industry standard for 2D animation. The cell animation industry has now been replaced by new methods of production, which we cover in greater detail in our entry on gaming and digital animation. Thank you! You could have just done that! Why are you repeating shit in the stereotypes and archetype bullshit? Oh. But the new technology has also exerted a strong influence on the type of anime that gets made. Just as anime once favored TV serials or videos, it now favors increasingly smaller episodes, easier to stream online, download, or view on personal devices such as a PSP or iPod. It's not as a big... I don't know if the small episodes are as popular as they're saying they are, to be honest with you. The way they hype a lot of these short anime just doesn't make sense to me. This also allows many anime producers to invent a new excuse for what they have done, cutting their budgets. Whatever. All right, that was the article. There you go. Can't wait for Fight to Pewter episode 3 though. The problem with Star of the Giants compared to Joe is that the director is even less known than Miyazaki over here, which would impact a subgroup's desire to work on it. I don't even think Nakahama, who does have pretty significant name recognition, he's not nobody. Nakahama is not nobody. We know about the Romance Robot trilogy, and Discotek released all 3 of them. Rose of Versailles, he directed the first half of it, and that's been released by Discotek. And yeah, like Store of the Giants, as well as his other major anime, Gutsy Frog, which was a major inspiration for several other creators. You know, that's a really big deal. Both Star of the Giants and Gutsy Frog are major deals, right? Nakahama is a really significant and died way too soon. It was an interesting article. Yeah, that was at least a decent one. That was much better. But it's more about sports anime generally not doing well here. The desire to work on it is that it is the first sports anime. That's kind of it. Like, yeah, it's the same author as Ashita no Joe, Asao Takamori or Iki Kajiwara. Asao Takamori is his pen name for Ashita no Joe, but it's Iki Kajiwara. He wrote both of them. It's by the same author, and but the thing is, it's 182 fucking episodes, and then there's a fucking sequel. Yeah, it's a lot. I don't blame them for nobody for stepping up for that one. If there was an easy way to do it, then somebody might, but that's hard. Yeah. Okay, that'll do it. I'm about to hit 5 hours. The problem with Tadao Nakahama is that his most well-known series, Brave Riding and Rose of Versailles, both have a more famous... Yeah, right. Brave Riding's the other one. I actually forgot that he did that one, to be honest with you. But, like, again, I still think Nakahama has earned it, at least for the Romance trilogy, with Voltez, Combatler, and Daimos. Was Star of the Giants the baseball anime that Miyazaki worked on a bit? No, that was Samurai Giants. Different show. He did work on the first episode of that. Worked these first couple episodes. Otsuka Yasuo Otsuka character designs, so it looks pretty nice. I didn't enjoy it though. I did watch all of it, and it's the same author. It's also the same author as Star of the Giants, Iki Kajiwara. And anyway, I had to leave it on that note. But Samurai Giants does have its first episode recently subbed though. That is cool. It's not really good. Anyway, sorry to make a big downer. I'll see you guys on Friday. I gotta stop streaming. Jesus. Yo, peace.